Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the South Asia Grand Arena. Also, go by the abbreviation of SAGA. I've been slipping my tongue a lot these days because being talking a lot, doing play-by-play. Sometimes it happens, but yes, we're finally back, ladies and gentlemen, and this tournament basically where the finest talent from three or six pioneering nations. That's going to be Bhutan, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Pakistan come together in this very grand arena to show them who can reign the best among these South Asian countries. And of course, these six countries are represented by six org as well. They're mainly going to be LAT from Pakistan, NESBD from Bangladesh, we got MGC from Bhutan, and we also got GOD from Nepal, GEN from Sri Lanka, and of course, last but not the least, that is C3 from India here to show them the finest talents, of course, and making this tournament happen. But this entire sponsorship for the prize pool is going to be powered by Vista Games. And with that being said, we are joined by Juan on the casting desk once again to be witnessing the game between RKO, that is Rice Kill Outshine, versus Larry.
Yeah. Talking about the India tonight, we have I would say like one of the strongest nation against each other because Bhutan is a very strong team and India as well. They are quite strong, I would say. And yeah, these two teams, they are gonna bring us one tonight. And yeah, talking about RKO, we already know RKO. We have seen RKO play. Even in the previous seasons, they went by the name Icy Paradise, right? So now they're back with the. Okay, that was actually my bad. No, it's not Icy, but yeah, it's a different name. But anyways, so we are talking about RKO and India here tonight. We are definitely gonna be witnessing a banger of a game. This is gonna be first match for tonight. It is a best of three, of course, as you all know. And yeah, I'm really excited to see how they're gonna play against each other, Bolty, because I do feel like there is gonna be a really tough competition between these two nations because they're just gonna be fighting for that top spot. And India as well, they're gonna try their best to win against Bhutan. They know how powerful Bhutan is, and they're also pretty confident in themselves. So they're gonna be putting out their best 100% of them.
Indeed, once, and we are talking about the teams that have already played onto like the day number 1 and day number 2, which is I think yesterday. Larry played against Pakistan, and yes, they were able to get that 2-0 wins, like a clean sweep on their very names. And also Rice Kill Outshine on the very first match. I'm pretty sure that they were playing against We Are Bot also. And as you can see on the group stages here on the leading leaderboard points, you're seeing Larry already having the 2 wins. At the same time, Sacred Shine, different topic because they're going to be playing on the match number 3. But for now, we have to focus on Larry from Nepal having the lead with 3 points just next to Sacred Shrine. But they're going to be facing against We Are Bot that are on the 4th point in the Group A with a negative point because they lost the match against RKO. And then RKO on to the 3rd points here. They have 2 points. They have 1 lost. I think the fight against We Are Bot, they did lost 1 match against them. But other than that, they were able to come back with 2 wins against We Are Bot. That's from Bangladesh. But with that being said, I think they are very ready for this match. And being the number 1 spot onto the Group A, that is going to be Larry, the powerhouse from Nepal's side. I think Bhutan have a very nice competition, if you want to ask me.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, Larry is a pretty strong team as well. The nation of Nepal, they're really showcasing their skills. And yeah, it's quite amazing to see how they are on par with Onyx here. I mean, not with RKO, which is the team from Bhutan. But yeah, talking about in the the other teams, though, we can see that India is on the from the side of Group A, we can see Sacred Shrine. They're on the second, which is pretty good. But as compared to Group B, though, they're on the fourth spot there. And yeah, talking about Catalyst as well. On the Group B, they are on the third position, whereas in the Group A, they're actually at the. I can't see them in Group A actually. I can't see Catalyst there. Do you see Catalyst, Bolty?
I think they're not still in this. I think they're onto the Group B side. They're on the third. Yeah. And so basically, Group A also play like twice in a day. Sometimes Group B also plays twice in a day. But I think Group B are gonna play only once instead. We're gonna be focusing on Group A mainly, because I did know that Sacred Shrine are going to go for the third match. But other than that, the only thing that really matters now is going to be a match one. That's going to be RKO versus Larry. But on the third match, I think we are both are going to go against Sacred Shrine. So another Bangladesh team that is Vintage Victory going to be fighting for the throne versus Armageddon Esports. But yesterday was unfortunate that Armageddon Esports, they won once and they just forfeited their match, giving a huge point towards the side of Catalyst Esports. But other than that, I think they are confident enough to come back when they have the time to kind of fight against the other foes that they've been competing against. But other than that, I think the drafting is going to be starting in like 4 minutes. But other than that, Yapology happening again. And this time, I did remember that RKO, they have a really good jungler. For the very first match, a grand opening. Too grand to a fact that I think the jungler RKO, Diakumar, got a savage in that very first match as a jungler. So something that we have to look forward to will be their jungler, of course. But don't forget Nepal. They did get the clean sweep, so it could happen any time of this tournament. But other than that, I think this could be a very well match between these two rivaling countries. Namely, Larry kind of have a vague knowledge of how they would play, but RKO, they like to play. Actually, both of the teams, they like to play on the gold fighter. Since this meta basically kind of leans towards that kind of tanky composition and a brawly formation.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the meta, right? The meta is definitely towards the fighter meta. Even in the gold lane, we are seeing a lot of fighters, and yeah, we can already see that they love playing fighters as well. But yeah, I do want to talk about fighters like CC actually, which are so flexible in the meta and so dominant. Because CC is, I think she is like one of the highest banned fighter in the meta. She's either a priority or a one hero, so you do not want to leave open the CC because yeah, she is quite dominant, even though she got a recent nerf, which is not enough. And there is already an upcoming nerf in the advanced server as well, where they are lowering the damage from her first kill. And yeah, this basically toning down her damage in the early and mid phases of the game. But I feel like TC, the main kit that she has is the ability to deal so much consistent damage when you pair with the item or axe, because her kit is a kind of a kit, which is basically similar to Xbox first kill, because Xbox basically just burns the heroes and chunk down their HP. CC also, she's similar in that aspect.
Very true. And there goes our pioneering organization that have been making this event successful once again. We want to thank the sponsors and the representative once again for making this true international SAGA tournament happen again. But here we are on to the drafting phase with RKO winning the coin toss, so they're gonna have the first pick definitely. But onto the red side, we got Larry. And looking so far, they're going for the regular bench, which is going to be a good thought. A very solid roamer in this current patch. I would rank him on the S tier of roamers because of his sheer presence and also survivability, giving a lot of taunt. The taunt is also a very long compared. If you don't pair it up, if you don't have a tough boots as your boots, the resilience, man, it's just gonna cut you down and it's just gonna taunt you way too far. But look at the side of RKO, they're going for the Angela ban, which is kind of concerning in my opinion, because we barely see an Angela currently in this match. We have had like two days of 6 matches. The Angela still haven't left in touch, but I think the only way the Angela is touched now is basically on the banning section, and also Kalia, because Kalia also is the, I think this team favorite. The fact that everybody goes for the Kalia, I've seen the Kalia plays on Indian tournaments as well as the past matches where they would go for the fleeting time to go in with the infinite tsunami slams. But other than that, Larry are also very close to the meta in terms of gold lane fighters, so they have to remove somebody that can shred their formation if they want to go for the utility jungle. So the CC is out of the way. The third ban on the side of RKO, you name it once.
Yeah, I mean, the CC is definitely a ban because you do not want to give the first pick a CC. So they're going quite with a solid draft, I would say. Nothing out of the ordinary, I would say. And yeah, the only thing surprising is the Angela ban, because Angela has not been picked so far. Neither she has been banned. So this is the first time we're seeing the Angela being banned. And maybe these two teams, they've done a little bit of homework on one another. They know what kind of comp they like to go with. So maybe they're trying to ban off the Angela to prevent their utility jungle to snowball in the early game, because we already know how well a utility jungle does when you pair it up with a support, especially like Angela. But yeah, talking about the draft, Balti, we can already see that RKO here, they're going with the first pick, which is the that is a really solid first pick, I would say, for the Baxia. So that opens up a lot of counters for the Baxia, because you're going in early, so they can definitely go in for something like an X-Borg, because the X-Borg is one of the best counters for the tank jungles. So yeah, we might see an X-Borg pick as well. But I really love how they're prioritizing the beef. First pick from the side of Larry. You know how well she has the map control in team fights with the RWM, which is quite a huge AoE skill. But yeah, and just look at this, Multi. We are seeing so many tanks coming up from the side of RKO. They go with the Esmeralda, the Baxia, and now they're following it up with the Esmeralda. Esmeralda as well, will quite a flexible pick, can be played either in the goal lane, in the meta, or the EXP as well. And I definitely think that this Esme is definitely going to be on the side, because there is a Lapu Lapu onto the side of Larry. And yeah, the Esme is basically the counter for Lapu Lapu, so she's definitely going to be leaning against him.
Indeed. And you see, like you already mentioned, this is a very tanky formation for the side of Rice Skill Outshine. And make it enough tankier. The Jushin was left not on the banning section, instead on the picking section to the side of RKO. So it seems like RKO, they might go for the gold lane DPS now. The fact that they have a very utility front, they have the Baxia who can have that anti-heals factor, the Esmeralda who can go in the back line to kind of zone. I think the Esmeralda would go on the EXP, possibly against a Hilda, unless this Hilda goes for the roam. But we're talking about broken walls, so it's very possible we can get a Hilda roam. Especially yesterday, I did see a Hilda roam, and it kind of works out in favor of the team that has been using it. But electrifying beats into the Land of Dawn again. But look at this. I think a Joy against a Baxia, I would say that you can kind of kite the Baxia as long as you can dodge the Shield of Unity. But in terms of the farming speed, I think Joy definitely has the advantage. But in terms of invading, I don't know if they're going to go invade. They do have the Hilda to invade, but we do not know if he's going to be going to the jungle. Not the jungle, but the roam or the EXP. But right now, if Rice Skill Outshine can kind of think about the bans that can stop the side of Larry in terms of damage, I think they could have a chance in like sustained fights in the early game.
Yeah. Talking about the Joy, I am a bit skeptical of the Joy, because it is you're going up against a jungle, and you're going up against such a tanky lineup, so you need something that can deal true damage. Yesterday we did see that Armageddon, when they were playing against such a tanky lineup, they prioritized that true damage, which was the alpha that they prioritized to dish out the true damage because most of the counters were already done. And we did see the alpha actually shredding the HP of those tanky tanks as well, especially Night Owl. I was, I was so flabbergasted when I saw Night Owl on the Akai being shredded just by the alpha alone. Yeah, that was something really, mesmerizing to see how beautifully the alpha can shred tanks as well, because of true damage passive. But talking about the Joy, I feel like the Joy in the early phases of the game, she is quite good with that jungle speed as well, and the electrifying beams can secure kills in the early game. So that is going to be very good for them if they have squishy heroes onto the side of RKO. But if RKO they don't have any squishy heroes, the Joy will be overwhelmed by the tankiness and won't be able to finish them off early on. But yeah, talking about the bans, we can see that the second phase of the ban is already going, and we see that RKO they're going with the bans such as this and the high loss. So that is a lot of frontline bans coming up from the side of RKO. They're really prioritizing their lineup. They know that if they want to go for a tanky lineup, they have to out the frontline as well, because you put up tanky against tanky, it kind of cut out each other. So there you won't have much advantage if they have a tanky lineup onto their side as well. But yeah, look at, my goodness, man, a Minotaur pick coming right up from the side of Nepal here with the Minotaur bringing in Minoan Fury. I feel like the Minotaur here is a bit skeptical as well, because the Minotaur, he's a tank, but it's not a kind of a tank that can actually counter tanks, because there are certain kind of tanks can put a lot of pressure on tanks jungle. But Minotaur does not fit in that category though. But yeah, Bolty, look at this, man. What is going on with RKO now? They're going for the Yisenshin. On top of that, they're going for the X-Bok pick. This is a Rome Baxia, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Be a jungler Yisenshin, a goal lane X-Bok. Man, this, I do have to say that RKO, they are actually this route, because the X-Bok being secured on their side is something which is really good for them. Now they can threat, even though it's a fighter, because X-Bok is one of the heroes can really shred tanks. But man, oh my goodness, they have no choice but to respond with a carry. The carry is a marksman which can shred tanks as well, so they are going for S.
Indeed. I was stoked after seeing the Yishinshin pick. I thought it was going to be a Baxia jungle, but no, they rise and shine. Khan completely outmaneuver us with their draft, I think, putting up the Yishinshin, because it's kind of scary to put the squishy marksman on towards the gold lane. So of course this is a very liable draft on the side of RKO, the fact that they go for the Yishinshin, because the Yishinshin scales at the late game, becomes a late game monster in shredding. And also, you did know that there is a very tanky 4 lineup on the side of RKO, but for now, we are going to skip to the land of Dawn with a W production coming in on the side of True International. What our streamer there doing all the work, and it's crazy to see. Thank you, Bound, for the service. But into the land of Dawn we go on the casting desk. Myself, Volty, and it's going to be Wands to energize us with this huntsman.
Yeah, look at the game. We can already see that these teams are starting off with the orange buff, and they're going for the classic orange buff, and they're definitely gonna rotate onto the E. Before it was usually early rotation on Golem, but these days EXP is the most prioritized lane as well. You can already see on the top lane that the Baxia is already farming his way through the map, and he has taken a lot of creeps, and now he's just going for the Lethal Wanderer onto the mid. I feel like the Baxia is actually out, helping really well with the zoning, and with the anti-heal effect as well, because her anti-heal effect is gonna be so good against the Hilda as well as the Minotaur.
And I'm also seeing that the bargain is being picked to the side of James here because she's going to be a mid laner that kind of focuses on utility. So she needs the items as much as possible if she want to be a utility onto the side of the team, and especially going to be rushing with the glowing one. But it seems like, just like we said, the stun factor coming up already. As you see, Win wasn't able to do anything even though he was dashing through. But it seems like the invade first coming in from the side of RKO. It seems like Win is going to be very cheeky, dancing around with electrifying beats. Here comes Wink there with some of the fire missiles that could do something here. It's going to be roasting up, but of course it's going to be the Minotaur just forcing out the flick to get the safety. But instead it's going to be Runar getting the first blood, and we thought that that's going to be a very nice trade for the side of RKO, but instead they take out the carry for Larry. But more is gonna happen here on the mid side here. Some happening. Crimson Beacon pulled out by James. Here comes Mercy and takes out Zero Neme. And also more happening here on the mid side here, but unfortunate that Wink has to back off for now because the turtle is up and farming and the buffing still needed, and Simba still going for more. But this is a very rowdy kill, as you see, already taking down a lot of creeps on the mid side. But I think he's gonna rotate on the top to make sure that the jungle that has the trees in taking this turtle fight. But Moon is also there ready with retribution. Here comes the Mountain Joker also with the guard up and went just doing something, but it's gonna be Larry taking the turtle for now, and Zero is gonna get the first triple on the hands. Nepal is on fire. They take down 3 as well as a turtle there. Talking about a good start for the side of Larry.
Wow, that is a really early game start for Larry. They're really cooking up the early game. I feel like this is what they need to do, especially considering the fact that they have the Joy. Have to play well early on. And as for RKO, they just have to, the consistency of the game, and they have to farm really safe. But we can see the Esmeralda there. Just being poked by the Hilda with the tech skill. But yeah, on the bot we can see here that Wink is actually being down by Runar. Man, Runar just dealing the damage. Oh my god!
The outplaying factor from Wink enough sustain to kind of stall Runar from being too aggressive right there, even after popping out the last insanity. That was a good play to the side of RKO jungle. I'm not jungler, but gold laner. And yes, they were able to take down a marksman, which kind of skills on like the later phases of the game to stop the tracks a bit. So it is definitely what Rice and Shine Outkill need to kind of stall them for a bit. But other than that, what do you think, Wans, is going to happen as you see in this build?
Talking about the builds, we can already see the carry is the first one who's going to finish the item. It is going to be a corrosion fight on Runar being completed. And as for their jungler, which is Joy, she's just rushing for this one. I see that. But yeah, there's just gonna be so much going on.
Electrifying beats being forced out there. But unfortunate that Win didn't take down the Jushin just yet. But that is kind of, I would say, kind of unfortunate. The fact that I think Win is like the only, I think, hero that can take down from both instead of dealing damage right now. But it's very going to be connected onto the mid side of Mir. But Dia Kumar will get the retribution this time for the side of Bhutan. But Win takes out Dia, and more is going to be happening. I think Win kind of escaping the onslaught coming up, and yes, they were able to take 2 down in trade of a turtle. So this, I say, Larry could definitely have. I feel like they're going to take down 1 more on the bot side. Yes, indeed. Simba tanking everything, but it seems like Simba also traded out with a Wink there. But as long as Lunar is up, this is still a guilty for the side of Larry.
Wow, Larry, they're doing so well. Win actually, forcing out Esmeralda. They're just purple buff, quite funny though. Esme could have left it for the jungler, but instead she just decided to secure it instead of letting Win steal it. But yeah, talking about the game here, Multi, we can see that there's a bit of a shift in the lane. We can see that there's the Hilda actually is roaming the map quite a lot, and she's providing so much rotation from the EXP to the bot. But we can see the Joy on the top lane with the electrifying beats trying to chunk down a little bit of HP on the Esmeralda, but then she's just waiting. Oh, a
Perfect
1.5.
R1.5 there on towards Lunar, but Moon will still say that it's not going to be enough to take down the Lunar just yet. But Larry's Minotaur comes in to save the day. The Walking Guardian helmet. Some casters like to say that, but other than that, it's just a Mounted Shocker being forced out by Dia again. They're going for the damage on towards the Minnow, but the Minnow has the sustain to heal down the onslaught coming in, but Win-Win, he'll take a win over Dia again. They take down Dia, which is going to be a very factorious way of not farming, instead just dying always. It's going to be 3-9 on the leaderboards with a bit of goal advantage on the side of Larry, but it seems like the last Sandy coming in from Wing. He wants to wink it away. The Minoan's Fury just out there, but it's not going to be enough to stop the slaughtering fact from Wing as he takes the kill on towards the Minotaur, and that is basically a green flag for the side of Larry to take this last turn.
Quite the green flag, but they couldn't reach it in time, so it's just gonna be win-win on the Joy, who's secured the turtle. But yeah, that is the second turtle for the side of win-win. As for RKO, they just managed to secure one turtle, so that is 2-1 turtle onto the side of Larry there. And yeah, we can see that the Joy is being such a menace when she's just being really playful with the electrifying beat. He's just dashing onto the Esmeralda and just taking it out and not really committing to her. She's just the Joy, just being annoying, trying to bait out the Esmeralda. He skills her ultimate, whatever that she can pop out.
Yep, indeed. But Mercy is after taking down the tier 1 on top on the EXP side. This is a clear factor that Marcy can start rotating wherever she wants as long as she lane manages. But onto the bot side here, we're still seeing the women trying to clear the lanes with electrifying beams. Gets pulled by the Lantern Flare here. Moon did get the win, but there's no reinforcements coming in for the side of RKO to go for the fight any further. But Renar will have that response in taking the tier 1, so it is the W for the side of Larryton having more turrets destroyed on their end.
That's really good for Larry. They did get a lot of turrets. They got the the bot turret and the top turret. And yeah, look at Win-Win again on the Joy, just be there onto the bot, clear out the minions and just forcing so much pressure. And yeah, it's just gonna be the Ethan Chin who's gonna clear out the lane. But yeah, Balti, talking about the game and the economy of the game, we can see that there's not much difference, even though there's a lot of difference in kills. We can see RKO, they have around 23.4k gold. Oh my goodness.
Win! A huge chunk of damage being dread down, absolutely destroying the Firaga armor of Wink. That is one way we were doubting Win-Win on the damage output, but instead this guy proves us wrong dearly. And with that amount of electrifying beats, the cooldown would be still on cooldown. So in terms of the Lord fight, it seems like they have to Lord dance before Win can go in for more, but misses the last one. Still goes with electrifying beats, having the temporal rain to definitely save the other cooldowns from spammable way. But it seems like this is going to be RKO onto the mid side of the Lord, but they don't really have Dia to come and accompany them on this taking, so this is going to be a poke on both sides of the team because 4 utilities are there. They are confident that nobody's going to burst it down just yet, but you don't know that Simba is just lurking around the bush, waiting for the perfect opportunity to pounce on the Yi Shinshin that is Dia Kumar. But other than that, it seems like Mercy pulls the Lord on the top side. This is the longest Lord dance so far, or both of the teams just looking at each other. But like we said, Simba almost takes down Dia, was waiting for perfect opportunity, but it's going to be Simba taking a lot of damage instead. This is the onslaught coming in from RKO, but unfortunately they have to stop the tracks. But with Dia Kumar having to recall, this is the good time for Larry to take this turtle, or to take this, I'm sorry, it's going to be the Lord for themselves. But it seems like RKO are still going to try their best, but it's too late. The retribution already dropped, and this needs to be a defensive game for the side of RKO.
Wow, RKO, they're just being pressurized from every corner possible. Their laning phases is not really going smooth, as well as the jungle. They're just unable to spread down these tanks. Even though they have the X-Borg, it's not gonna be much of a use if you don't have that tanky items, because as an X-Borg, really need those tank items, so you won't be bursted down quite easily, because if you're if you have if you don't have the Firanga armor, then you're pretty vulnerable. But look at Wing. Win.
Oh,
Him. Yeah, he's just poking out a lot of HP from the back shader. But yeah, it's gonna be a Crimson Beacon being popped by the Fusion just to clear out the Lord here. But I'm quite surprised that the Lord is not actually dashing in, when he was pretty close to that turret.
yeah, Archeo find themselves the time to not, to not get their turrets invaded by the dash of the Lord, which is good. +1 for the side of Archeo, but it seems like they are in a bit of a pickle here, as the side of Larry, they are very good in their poking games. In terms of poke, they don't really have much. It's gonna be the Yeeve, that is Zero, trying to do a lot with the RWM, but it's gonna be Moon getting caught in here, has to force out the Revitalize to have the tanking session of his life. But with that, nobody falls, but that is gonna be a tier 2 down for the side of RKO. So still a W engage coming in for the side of Larry, but they're looking for the second tier 2 on the mid side after stealing this jungle for the side of RKO. The blue or the purple is down.
Yeah, definitely. I think that this time around, Balti, the main carry for the game is gonna be Runar on the carry, because
Yeah,
yeah,
indeed.
she just, definitely completed the Trinity, and now she can easily burst down anyone who dares come in front of her. And yeah, look at that. Talking about initiation, though, we can see that Baxia, the guy, our Moon here, he's just lurking around with his one wheel and just trying to provide vision for the team. But I'm quite concerned about Moon, because he's a Baxia, and once he goes in, he's definitely gonna die, because there's you're gonna survive a carry, as well as the crowd control that Larry they have on their side. And yeah, the same goes for the Xbox and the Esmeralda as well. There is no way you're gonna be surviving long enough for your team to dish out damage, because the carry is just gonna shred you.
Indeed. Indeed, once. But you can see Moon is just riding around the bot side with the Shield of Unity, trying to find foes to get the 1.5 stun. But Simba is also lurking around the bushes. This is not the dangerous grass, but it seems like Larry, they find themselves using this Hilda in a very good positioning. Especially it's an EXP Hilda, so it is an assassin Hilda. So I think Dia would be very vulnerable to the point that he cannot do something, but it's gonna be Wink almost getting tossed down. But look at the dashes coming in from Win-Win. Is gonna get the win-win session, but Renar melts down Moon. That is one member down for the side of RKO once more. But it seems like Mercy still want to take a fight here. Forces out the flicker, has to use the second to get to safety for now. But Renar takes down that tier 2. The objective for Larry finally down, and with that they are going to take the Lord, and hopefully, but Marcy still haven't recalled, trying to give a little bit of vision, but I don't know if Yakumar can do something. Doesn't have the mounting chakra just yet, but Renar melts down the Lord completely fine, but Wing has to use the last insanity to get out of that sticky situation. But it seems like Wink is gonna take a dead tour here, as Lunar, clearly the carry of the match right here, is melting the front lines of RKO.
Yeah, man, carry is just gonna go crazy this time around, because she is on a full build, and you can't really counter out the carry even if you have the tankiest defensive item, because she deals true damage with the help of a passive. But yeah, Balti, we can see that the Lord is marching down onto the mid lane, and the lanes onto the side have been perfectly synchronized, so that is gonna be a lot of pressure for RKO, and they don't even have heroes that can, clear up these minions really fast.
That's very true. That is 2 inhibitors down already the side of RKO, and another kill for the side of Larry as they take down Mercy. Here comes the Minoan's Fury. The Fury, so great, they take out more, but Wink is going to be one to get the shutdown. And same with James. Nar is down, Simba is down as well. 3 members falling. It's going to be a 3-2 trade, but still RKO is finding themselves living this fight once again. But Win-Win tied to get a little bit of cheekiness here and gets the killing spree on towards Diakumar. James is doing his best to kind of flush out Win-Win, but Win-Win is way too mobilized to get the Lantern Flare on towards him. But with that being said, that is going to be a 3-3 trade on both sides, but still in favor of Larry as they take down 2 inhibitors with that Lord.
Yeah, they got two inhibitors. Man, that is gonna create so much pressure because now the super minions they can easily make their way through the lanes without requiring any lane clearance from the side of Larry. But yeah, I do have to say that in the previous team fight, Brunar on the carry, he was a little he was overextending. Actually, he was like literally attacking from inside the crystal, which is kind of crazy because carry has a really short basic attack range. Even if you take the malefic gun, it's still not that huge. You really have to position yourself out and just let the tank pick up the damage whilst heal damage from the back and yeah, not overextend. But we can see Mercy on the Esmeralda there, just roaming around the jungle and providing vision for the team. And as for their, the mage and the roamer as well, they're just doing the same thing. They're just roaming around together, providing vision and looking for an opportunity for to engage and instigate a fight.
Zeron made it, already taking that purple to his hands, but again, it seems like some immortality is almost popping. Win has that flash of Oasis left at safety, but Moon still catch Win with the 1.5, the Shield of Unity hitting on Win, but don't forget the Lantern Flare is going to flare up the Minotaur as well. This is a zone Lantern Flare, but still Zero is way too much, concentrated on zoning. It is actually the mid laner zoning the side of RKO. It's to a point that the mid laner has complete control over who to zone, and that is going to be another free Lord to the side of Larry with Win securing the Lord, and this could be the final push for Larry unless RKO also, if they have to pull out a miraculous play here. If not, this could be the game number one for the side of Nepal.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this game number one is really long. We're already like 18 minutes, 19 minutes almost into the game. And yeah, that is gonna be a Lord. That is, that is taken down by Larry once again, and it is marching its way into mid as well. I don't know how, RKO they're gonna defend this because the lanes have been synchronized once again, and now we are gonna see a deja vu of the previous fight. Let's see how they're gonna defend this. I feel like it's gonna be really hard for them to defend this Lord.
A Mountain Shocker and a Crimson Beacon being forced out here. The Minon Fiery is going to be coming, and with the flicker, it knocks out 3 members, maybe 4 to the side of RKO and Larry. They're wasting no time. Instead, they're going for the crystal or the base of the Yishin Shin, and there we go. As we predicted, that Lord was, all it takes to take down this, fortress for the game number one for the side of Nepal.
Wow, that was a really good game number one, I would say, for the first best of 3 tonight. Man, Larry, they really dominated the game right off the early game. They were snowballing so hard right off the early game, the mid game, till the late game. They had entire control of the map. They were just dominating through and fro, and there was basically no space for RKO to actually make any kind of comeback. And yeah, Bolty, look at this. We can see the screen there. We can see Win on the Joy being MVP of the team. He has a KDA of he has the KDA. Here we can see the teamfight participation, actually 67 teamfight participation, almost 90k damage dealt, and 83k damage taken. That's insane, man. How is Joy absorbing so much damage though? I feel like it's because of the spell vam, and yeah, definitely the spell vam that she has from the emblem, and as well as the defensive item and the shield from the kills. But yeah, overall we can see the overview here. We can see that this game was about 18 minutes and 52 seconds, 7 kills onto the side of RKO, whereas Larry, they're on the lead with 15 kills on board. And man, look at this, a side-by-side comparison of the gold laners, the Xborg, the carry. We can see a huge difference on the KDA 524 on the carry. We can see the goal difference. We can see the goal per minute. Man, this is just absolutely insane. The carry is definitely on the more economic side, yeah, basically richer. And yeah, we can see the junglers as well here with side-by-side comparison. The KDA kind of insane, 043 on the Yi and Shin. The Joy with a 307, 70.5 14.7k gold, 89.421 damage dealt just by the joy alone. That was actually crazy. And yeah, both this mid laners as well. We can see that the Eve actually outperforming the Zushin. It should have been the other way around, but yeah, Zushin is definitely a force. I mean, it's actually a force to be reckoned with. Such a menace in the land of Dawn, and yeah, she basically has better map control as well with the RWM, and yeah, the tanks as well. You can see that overall, all the roles from the side of Larry, they're just outperforming Bhutan here.
It is very true. Once we did know that the Eve deals 100k damage, which means I would say that the Eve has a little bit more range over the Jushin. I've seen a couple of times that the Eve has been picked against the Jushin. Kind of works out on this. I think I would say it kind of works out on this match because the fact that she was dealing so much damage, and look at Zeronimated 100k damage, ain't that right? But don't forget, Win also played a miraculous role in this very match. The fact that he's supposed to be stunned most of the time, but instead he always made that sticky, situation outplays, having the dash, the perfect dashes with the electrifying beats as well. And talking about Moon as well, highest damage taken, of course, because it is a Baxia. Has the damage reduction at the same time, has the HP enough to tank a lot of damage, I would say, from Zeronimated. The fact that Zeronimated has free hits with the Void Blast and the Crystal most of the time, and Zeronimated wasn't even a problem to a fact that I think Zeronimated just went for the RWNs at the perfect time to go for zoning. At the same time, RKO, they could not do anything against this Yif. But don't forget, we also have... Is this... Honestly, I don't know if this is... I don't want to offend anybody, but this name... Is it like a Nepal origin, or is this... I don't think it's Chinese, right? Could be Nepal, I think. Or is it Korea?
Actually, that's not a but yeah, it's definitely a different language, which unfortunately we cannot read. So yeah, really sorry for that. Yeah, this was game number 1 for the first tree of tonight, and man, that was a hell of a best of 1. I mean, a game number 1 for a best of 1, for a best of 3. Man, I'm tongue slipping here. Really sorry for that. I would say that there's a few aspects as well when it comes to international, because the teams they're playing against each other from different nations, so there's always a little bit of a problem with the pings as well. And despite that, the players, they still play, and they managed it anyway, even if they have a bad ping or a good ping. But yeah, I have to say that they were playing quite well against Larry as well. No matter what, they lost. But yeah, the tempo of the game, I would say that still they're retaliating against Larry quite well as well. Their defense was okay. The macro overall was okay. It could have been better. Their macro, I would say, it was lacking. It was lacking because their synergy was kind of off. The pick was I won't say the pick were bad. I feel like that was a really quite rough, and it could have worked on this if they had an early game snowball. But yeah, it was Larry who took the early game snowball on from there onward. He just kept the consistency of the game, so they ultimately.
Yeah, the mistake of RKO was, I would say, their lack of damage. At the same time, they were, reliant on the Yishishin too much, which I think Larry know. The fact that Simba was always waiting for the Yishishin in the bushes because Hilda, has been buffed in this patch so far and deals a lot of damage, especially against, squishy heroes. And Yishishin being the one squishy, Larry had a very clear objective to target just one person to have their, smooth sailing for that victory. But as of now, I think the draft is going to be starting very soon. But this is point number one for the side of Larry. RKO, they need to step up their game. If not, this could be another clean sweep for the side of Larry. As we already know in yesterday's game, Larry took a nice one towards that. But yep, there goes the drafting phase once again. Let's lock in as well once, because we have to use our very brain cells. But once again, we got to thank our representative organization for making this happen as well. But here comes the first Gatot Kacha ban. RKO. Okay, they still go for the first pick. It seems like Larry, they actually want RKO to go for the first pick as well in this way. Or is it going to be the other way around? Yep, it actually has to be the other way around. But yes, in the previous match, Larry still go for the regular bans. That is the Gatot Kacha. They don't want to deal with an AOG, so they have to keep that out of the picture. RKO, as you see, Grok once again on the Flying Cloud map. Flying Cloud map, I would say you can pick slower heroes, because you have the cloud to rotate a bit faster, and especially it is a chef kiss for side laners to just touch the cloud and get to halfway of your lane instantly within a matter of seconds. All right, but again, look at that, Larry. They kind of banned out Rise and Shine Moon's Baxia here, because it seems like they don't want another Baxia to be threatening them. But RKO's side, what are they gonna ban? Oh yes, Simba was their problem. This could be the respect ban coming up for the side of RKO, and they took out the Hilda. I like the fact that RKO are learning from their mistakes, and it seems like they're gonna come up with a better draft now. The fact that they have stopped, I guess, underestimating their opponents. And this is where I think Rise and Shine could get the second game. But other than that, the third ban is going to go to the side of Larry again. And they could take out the Jushin, but no, instead they went for the Kalia. The Kalia was banned first on the side of RKO in the previous match. But right now they're taking it away from RKO.
Yeah, they've taken away the Kalia as well from RKO. Also, yeah, like the bans are still pretty similar, and it's still leaning towards the utility bans as well as the fight ban. Once again
exists the equilibrium.
And yeah, both you look at this, it is going to be Larry once again prioritizing that Yeef. They really know how well the Yeef she can control the map. She has really great poke ability. She can just use the Void Blast, poke out a bit of damage, get shield for herself, as well as movement speed to just back away. That is a really good poking skill, I would say, that she has. And she has the Void Crystal as well. Great slow, great poke. Yeah, she is a really annoying mage Yeef, even though she's not the old Yeef that we know for her immaculate real-world manipulation skill, which was way bigger in the past. But yeah, despite that, she is still a really good mage. And yeah, I'm really happy that they actually gave her a, like before the old Eve, her passive was basically stacking stacks for the RWM. But now every time she uses a skill, she gets shields instead. So that is really good, because she is a poking mage. She uses the skill quite consistently, and she gets a lot of shield from that. And yeah, talking about shield, we can see that it is going to be Esmeralda. It's going to be prioritized by RKO here. They're going for the Esmeralda as well as the Hylos. Once again, they are going for a really tanky lineup right off the bat. I won't say that is a bad thing, but if you go for such a tanky lineup right off the early game, the will definitely counter you out. And oh my goodness, what am I looking at, Volty? I can see the joy once again. I feel like it's definitely a comfort pick, but man, the Uranus here being picked off by Larry is gonna be a really good front line for them, because the Uranus against the Esmeralda he can definitely overwhelm the Esmeralda, because he can just basically spam his first skill every few seconds and just heal up that HP because of his tag.
Yeah, very true on the analysis of Yve's skills there. Yes, once that extra shield does give her a lot of advantage in terms of survivability, especially if you pair her up with a brute force. It gets very hectic. But I would say this Yve is more of like a damage monster Eve now instead of being a utility where you slow down people, you keep them on their tracks, you zone out people. But this Eve this time around also deals a lot of damage because making the skill 1 very spammable. But I think to answer that now, it's not going to be Jushin, but none other than the fish lady. That is going to be Kadita. And this Kadita, I would say I haven't casted a Kadita match, but this is going to be my first time casting a Kadita match in this game number 2. But yes, it is very possible that the Kadita could be the counter for the Yiv. The fact that the Yiv, most people, they don't actually go for the flicker because you cannot use any of your battle spells while you're in your RWN form. Usually you go for the purify. So I think the Yiv has to force out the purify now. The fact that the Kadita would have the petrify, and you want to avoid the bushes as much as possible because the Kadita, the waves, at the same time the ocean ode, it gets it gets procced a bit more easily now. So you have to watch out. Same with Winwin, but Winwin has the dashes to kind of evade the rough waves coming from the Kadita. But other than that, the second phase of the ban has finally dropped, and yes, they are completed with the bans. But it seems like Larry go for a jungle-oriented ban because they know that Dia hasn't picked. But I would say that Dia is a very comfortable jungler that goes for assassin instead of for the what is that? What do you call it? A tanky utility jungle. But oh, Nathan finally on towards the SAGA tournament, making the debut. Very nice. RKO are pulling up some sort of an old meta draft. Going for the DPS marksman. I think it'll be alright, but in response to that, we also have Larry with another DPS marksman. That is going to be the queen of the jungle, and that is going to be Irithel. And yes, it is only up to our boy here, our Korean name boy, to get this roaming section here. But what are your predictions on what hero is going to be the best use scenario?
I mean, talking about our boy here, the roam actually is quite flexible here. There is a lot.
Whoa!
Carmilla, and this guy he startled me with the Carmilla. What is going on? He just pops out the Carmilla out of nowhere when we were just about to make predictions. Yeah, like I
Fight to our heart's content.
Carmilla, and the Carmilla I feel like he is a okay-ish kind of a tank in this lineup because Carmilla is a support tank, and she is quite squishy compared to other tanks. So she will have a hard, I would say a hard early to mid game tanking for the team because the Nathan with the entropy will dish out so much damage, will actually burst even in the late game once the Nathan has a full build. And as for the Esmeralda, she'll just basically chunk down your HP bits by bits. And yeah, talking about jungler though, from the side of RKO, I was not expecting to see a Lucas pick here. I feel like the Lucas pick might actually work because the Lucas can actually counter out the Carmilla and the Uranus as well. But as for the Joy, I feel like struggle against the Joy. So yeah, this is the lineup for Larry, the KO. Yeah, both are back into the game. This is gonna be game number 2. And yeah, take a side in.
Okay, Juan's just passing me the mic like that. I'm gonna be flabbergasted, okay, Juan's. But anyways, we are into the second match between Larry and Rice. Kill outshine, and here we are. We have Larry on towards the blue side, and also Bhutan on the red side, with both of the junglers clearing out. Instead, Larry already has an advantage, having the numbers to clear out, but they just leave the Lucas to clear it for himself. That is going to be a very slow rotation coming in for the side of RKO. I mean, it is a Lucas, but seeing a Lucas in this kind of tournament, I don't know if a Lucas is that much of a liable pick anymore.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Lucas is pretty situational, I would say, because he did get a nerf a few patches ago where the energy on the Lucas is quite slow. It regens really slow. And that is, what caused the downfall of the Lucas, because now he can't turn into his beast form any quicker compared to how he was in the past. But yeah, talking about the tempo of the game, we can see that there's a lot of poking from the E on that Kadita. The Kadita is just struggling to even go near the creeps, the minions. But yeah, look at Lucas there onto the top lane. We can see that he's just free farming onto the jungle of Larry.
That is true once, but you see there's the fighting onto the top side with women once again. Electrifying Beast going towards Dia Komar, but Dia has the flash steps to kind of step out from the Electrifying Beast, saving him enough time to escape the huge amount of damage coming in from Enjoy. But then again, I don't know if he's still that creep, but I think Dia still secures it. Other than that, Mercy gonna go for the ultimate session onto our Simba here, as Simba being a very huge, chunky shield provider. That is going to be a true setting for Marcy to counter him very easily. But Marcy with his only session, Dia Kumar also zones instead. He wants to deal damage, but him being jungler and not trying to go for the retribution, still gets it right now. But Simba trying to go for the chase, but instead misses that blast by Dia Kumar. That is going to be the first turtle to the side of Bhutan, but more fighting happening as the rough face comes in, connects where Simba gets the first blood, and Women follows up, gets the kill, and also our Korean guy gets taken down by Mercy, and that is going to be a 1-to-1 trade on both sides, or make it more trades, because that will be a 2-to-1 trade with Mercy getting the double.
Yeah, that was a really good double from Mercy there. Mercy is just, being a menace on the Esmeralda. This is what I was talking about, It comes in really handy to counter out heroes that they have on the side of Larry, because they do have that shield, and she is the best counter factor for the shield. And yeah, the bot lane, though, we can see that Mercy is just overwhelming Uranus there, but no, oh my goodness, that is a beautiful rough wave, and that is another kill secured onto the side of RKO. I feel like this is going to be their comeback match, because they have, my goodness, here comes the crossbow, and man, that is just going to be one heck of a retreat from both sides of these players, because now they are just going to be backing off and playing it safe. And we can see Win-Win though struggling there to farm up the jungle. He's quite slow, considering the fact that his team gave a lot of kills to the side of RKO. But yeah, I do have to say that both the Carmilla pick was not the best pick in this game, because she is so squishy, she can't really tank. Oh my goodness, another rough wave there. That is another kill onto the side of Larry. Man, what is going on?
And following up with 3 deaths on the side of RKO, with a perfect, presentation for Larry, knowing that they can handle it with an RWN Zeronimated. This guy is an absolute beast onto the Yiv, but he's getting caught over here by Mercy. But Mercy is still hungry for the kill, still gets the kill, and dances around like the dancing Latina she is. Mercy is not giving mercy to the side of Larry, and yes, they're going for this turtle once again. Entropy being popped is going to commit, finally Wing committing onto the Entropy teleportation as well, but the Sacred Retribution secured by Dia once again as they go for the chase on towards, as Runar is in trouble. The Ekplar get taken down by Shimba, and that is another Runar falling to the hands of Mercy once again. And the turtle for the side of RKO with a 1-on-1 trade on both sides, but still they want to poke things out, but that finally ends it all.
Yeah, that was a really prolonged fight that was going on. Yeah, and we can see the fight prolonging once again. That is gonna be another rough wave, and man,
more happening. Still want to do something about that one. That is the Ocean Ode, but still misses. But the rough waves wasn't enough to take down a chunky Simba, because this is an Uranus, and it has a lot of regeneration and HP, not being able, but Entropy being forced out once again. Renar has this position to kind of melt down Wings. Wing doesn't have anything. There goes the Curse of Blood, but Renar is going to miss the session as Wing forces out the regen, comes back in to get the kill, but instead it's going to be Dia getting the kill, but Wing also still gets traded out there with Zeronimated, having the Animation, killing down 2 with a double, and that is going to be a 1-to-2 trade. They're going to look at this replay, because that was beautiful.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. Look at the fight though. Look at the Nathan using the Entropy. Get into safety, but the Carmilla just in time, stuns him. Pops out the Curse of Blood as well. And yeah, Ronar really unfortunate he couldn't secure any kill. That is just gonna be, the
Look at
Lucas.
RW.
Oh, that was really beautiful. That was actually really good reinforcement coming up from the Yeet there.
Yeah, the problem for I think Wing was going back greedy for the minions, and I think the cannon minion, man, it is not a gold cannon minion anymore. I feel like you could have recalled and then you could have lived that session, but getting a little bit too greedy on the goals, so kind of cost it out and giving 2 extra kills to the side of Larry. But the bot side here, Win versus Dia, the battle of the 2 junglers happening every single time. Even if you watch MPL against who now, I think Fabian and King Kong going for a 1v1 always. It was absolute Simba, but on the mid side here, once again, Simba tanking a lot of damage for the team, going for the zoning session as the turtle. This is going to be the third turtle, but on the side of Root, we still don't know. But Win has to force out the dashes here, but it's gonna be Nia Kumar getting taken out by Win. Here comes the glorious pathway to make that escape route for the side of Riser out and kill, but it was aggressive indeed. But look at Mercy still dancing around, lots of shield being chunked up, but that is going to be the first turtle taken for the side of Larry, with Wing trade out the turtle with a tier 1 on top.
Yeah, Wing actually, I feel like they can actually win this game because Wing can carry this game. Because he is a Nathan and he just needs his item to scale, and he's just gonna obliterate each and every member from the side of Larry. Larry, they do have the Esmeralda, the Uranus, but that is not gonna be enough to tank the damage that the Nathan will deal in the early game. I feel like the Nathan is actually a very underrated marksman. Not that underrated, but still a lot of players overlook the fact that he is such a good marksman, and he's been performing really well in the meta. And man, look at the high loss there with the punishment ring. He's just trying to slow down the Simba, but Simba as well, he's just taking so much HP. Oh my god, what happened? Bolty a 1v1, just as we were talking about earlier. It is gonna be Win though, gonna take the kill.
Yeah, win-win, always getting the wins against Dia Kumar, but it's gonna be a win factor for RKO, taking out the jungler. But I think the jungler already respawned by the time of floor. But once again, Win gonna go for the electrifying beams onto worse. Not the Latina, but instead on the bot side, there is gonna be a trade, and that is gonna be a 1-2 trade with a wing beam falling down. But more happening here, as it seems like Renard uses the Force of Queen to kind of slow down Mercy, but Moon is still there. But Moon is not that type of hero to go for an assassination play, but instead it's gonna be Mercy still dancing around here on the bot side. And also it seems like the Kadita as well is getting zoned by Simba a lot. He's gonna be following up. Win has the shield of the turtle, that's why he gets saved. Perfect way, but don't forget Mercy once again. Unstoppable for Mercy, going for the solo kill in the bot inside the turret of Lunar. But there is Dia Kumar once again getting taken down by Win. Unstoppable already for the side of Larry. They're making it work out for them the way they are turning the tables towards their favor.
Yeah. I feel like the only way Bhutan is gonna win this game if they slow down on the fights. But yeah, the fight is just gonna be prolonging. Bolty, look at this. Look at Simba, he's just being down to his demise, but he's just gonna heal back that HP in no time. And man, it looks like our Chinese guy here, Korean guy actually, just big of a menace as well on the Carmela. Despite being so squishy, he's still trying his best to tank for the team. And man, see on the Esmeralda as well, so annoying. Just always in the front and dealing so much damage. But yeah, look at that. It's just gonna be Simba once again who's gonna zone out Mercy on the Esmeralda. Now they're just trying to look for a fight here, but man, look at the Hylos there being sneaky, trying to stun down, poke out damage as well.
Very true ones, but that is going to be a Lord stacking for Simba to get the Radiant stacks here. Very easy for him, but against a Mercy, we're not sure. But Moon has to go in with the Ring of Punishment to punish down Simba here. But Wing also has to find the good positioning to start chunking down Lord HP. That's what I think Bhutan is doing. But the knockup is going to be knocking up for Simba. Mercy still dancing around in this Lord arena. But then again, there comes the initiation with the Beast of Flight coming out as well. And look at Win finally get taken down. It's going to be a shutdown for Dia Kumar as they look for the Lord. But don't forget, as Mercy zones out Renard, it is the gold laner. And that is going to be Win securing the the Lord for the side of Bhutan, with James taking down Simba with a rough ways. And that was beautiful enough to go for no trades. 2 down for the side of Larry, and also a Lord.
Red team turret has been
Man, that was
destroyed.
really crazy. It's kind of crazy how Win actually left the Lord because he was being zoned out by the Silos, and man, he just gets taken down, and that is and that was for Bhutan to secure the Lord. And man, look at Mercy as well. He's just zoning out 3 members single-handedly while the team is just taking the Lord for free.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Looking dire for Larry to defend this now. I mean, they have to lost out their tier 2s. They for sure will lose out the tier 2 on top. As you see, the Lord is already making a good debris out of the tier 2 on top. But on the mid side also, it seems like Larry are trying their best to defend this tier 2, because losing more tiers 2s on the process, that's going to cost them a lot. On top, there is going to be Mercy just jumping around on towards the top side there. Not sure why he used the ult for aggressive or evasive part, but RW1 placed in a very nice position, but it has to be forced out because too much sustain coming from Simba. Gonna go for the 1v4, but Simba is in trouble. He's gonna get melted down almost, but still. Oh my god! Session coming up, but it's gonna be Diakumar with the flash combo, takes out Simba, and that will be a 1-0 trade in favor of the side of Bhutan once again.
Wow, Simba, man, he was tanking so much damage in the midst of it all. He didn't even have any full stacks, but yet the guy was tanking so much HP. I feel like our Carmilla here, she really needs to come up with a really good setup on the Curse of Blood, because so far we have not seen any beautiful connection on the Carmilla, on the Curse of Blood, but he will definitely pull out some move on the Carmilla. But yeah, talking about the itemization, we can see the items on the screen. We can see that the Nathan already going with the Feather of Heaven, the Concentration Energy, the Holy Crystal finally being completed, and the Windtalker. Almost a full bill actually for the Nathan. That is why they're winning the team fight, because now the Nathan is online, and oh my god, look at the Entropy. Treading Simba. They were going for the chase, but no, they're just gonna be backing off for now. That was a really scary situation that Simba was stuck in. He was just getting melted by Wink on the Nathan.
But even golden carpet late there, but oh, the amount of damage coming in from Win, that was crazy. If it weren't for James' rough ways, that could have been a secure kill for Larry. But other than that, I think James has the immunity factor to dodge the magic damage coming in from Win. But Win, this guy on the Joy, he hits hard, okay? Like, no cap, he hits very hard. The fact that Joy is already nerfed down, but this guy is still making the Joy, the buff Joy relevant.
Yeah, he's just making the Joy really relevant. I feel like it's definitely the Holy Crystal, which provides so much magic power to the Joy, which allows her to deal with burst damage. But it seems like Larry, now they're being put on a chokehold. Actually, they're not committing to fights. They're not fighting for the Lord, and they're just gonna give it to the side of Bhutan. Bhutan, actually, they have finally found their pace now. They're maintaining the pace, and they're just gonna be disciplined as well. I feel like it is definitely the Nathan factor we're seeing right now, that they're winning the fights, because if not for the Nathan, they wouldn't win any game, because the Kadita, she can burst down the members from the side of Larry, but she can't really one-shot them at this point. But yeah, look,
Mercy!
Mercy is so scary. She just has no mercy.
There goes the song, Mercy is falling, and yes, Mercy is falling down on towards 2 members of Larry, crashing down, and here comes the knockup coming from the Kadita. James is jamming. That's why it's called the James, but look at Entropy being forced out. It's still not a committed Entropy, so it's looking good for the side of RKO, but unfortunate that they weren't able to crack down this inhibitor just yet. That was a perfect defense coming in to the side of Larry. The enhanced minions would funnel down, but it's got to be a smooth clearing for the side of Larry. The fact that they have enough damage already. I think Lunar will also start having that crit stacks, most likely, but Simba chunking a lot of damage, but Mercy still wants to dance onto the Uranus. But more than that, it's just gonna be, Larry just need a good Curse of Blood set here onto the mid light, but it seems like there's gonna be a rough phase coming in. That is Renar getting taken down by Wink here. That is very problematic as Wink goes in. tier 1, not the tier 1, instead the inhibitor inside. This is just Wing trying to tank down a lot, but he is out there trying to sustain a lot, but Simba would shut him down for going way too deep into their, black lines. But that is gonna be a 3-2 trade on both sides in favor of RKO. But they're still gonna be fighting onto the bot side here, as you see. Community coming in for the side of Diakomar. He tries to find an angle to take out somebody, but two tanky heroes for the side of Larry. They don't have enough minions to go for the push, but they do have some coming on the mid side, and they might as well just capitalize on this.
Yeah, just to look at this replay, actually, Bolty, this is just insane. The way they were playing in this fight, man. Look at the massacre, look at the skirmish, look at the fight. Look at Wing actually forcing out the flicker just to go in for the kill. And yeah, he did get the kill, but then he got kind of punished as well from Simba. Because, man, he was just overextending a lot. And it's really sad the way Mercy just left him to die there.
That's true once. But as you can see, this is just Simba, the zoner for Larry here, trying to make sure he gets the intel for the team so that they can either make this, since the Lord is spawning just right now, they need the vision as much as possible if they want to go for the contest, but they do have to make sure there is no split pushing on bot side. As you see, the bot minions are going to be very strong because they're going to be gold plated now, and here comes the fight coming into the side of RKO. They're going in, every beast slaughter front. This just have to be coming, and James gets the kill on towards Zeronimated, and that is going to be a 1-to-1 trade. But in terms of the trade, I don't know, the Akumara falls, but it's going to be Wink as well taking down the Joy. But that is going to be very bad for Larry as they lost 2 members. They don't have enough members to kind of defend this upcoming Lord on the bot side. This is looking really dire for the side of Larry. Bot side, look at glorious pathway drop. James gets the kill on towards the Carmilla, and also Lunar falls down, and this is over. And this is going to be a game number 3 on both of the teams as they go for the last match towards each other. No more mistakes gonna be, but it's gonna be RKO taking the victory for this time around.
Man, this is the comeback that Bhutan they were looking for. Man, they finally got the win. And yeah, they have finally redeemed themselves from the previous loss. But yeah, Balti, talking about the previous game, I would say compared to the previous game, Bhutan they really learned from their mistakes, and they really come up stronger compared to the previous game. Man, I was actually thinking that it's gonna be Wink who's gonna be the MVP for the game, but it is gonna be Merch here, Mercy actually, on the Esmeralda that's gonna be picking up the MVP. I feel like this is a very well-deserved MVP because Mercy was being such a big threat, such a big menace overall, just so annoying. She's always there onto the front. I mean, he's always there in the front, tanking damage, poking out damage, and just falling from the sky of the bushes and just catching off guard the members of Larry. But yeah, I do have to say that it was definitely the Nathan as well carried the game, even though Mercy was the MVP, because it was the damage that the Nathan was dealing that made them win most of the fights. But yeah, side by side comparison between the goal laners, we can see there is a lot of difference. 54 to actually, talking about the KDA, we can see the Irithel with a 157 KDA, Nathan with the 437, and as for the Joy, 631, and it is gonna be Lucas with a 476. Quite a huge difference on the KDA as well as the damage as well, which is being dealt by these two. You can see that the Lucas is actually dealing quite a decent amount of damage despite being on the advantageous side on the from the early to the mid game. But yeah, we can see that the Kadita as well doing quite well with the KDA 713, a pretty solid KDA, and the damage that she's dealing is quite insane as well.
Yes, once, and yes, you can see, I would say Dia Kumar was kind of underperforming, but they just need his retribution, right? Even if he underperforms, but I think he played a a perfect role in securing the Lords for now. But other than that, I didn't see Dia Kumar, making much of an impact on this team. For he's basically, like we said, the MVP of the match. Mercy deals a lot of damage, tanks a lot of damage. Of course, that is very MVP deserving. And yes, he takes it all. And paired it up with that blade armor is just enough to, melt down Lunar, because Lunar has to force out the recall if he wants to stop and then are coming Latina to chase him down, right? So he has to stop the basic attacks with the recall. If not, if he keeps running, then he's gonna keep hurting himself. But that is just so good for Mercy to exploit that auto attack for, I would say, Lunar. And then Wink as well with the highest goal with the 881. And also highest damage, of course, gonna go to Mercy. Highest damage as an EXP later is actually crazy. So I would say Mercy is the real carry for RKO in this match.
RKO, they definitely, they have to give it hats off to Mercy in this game, because Mercy was definitely carrying. Like the damage factor as well was mostly from the blade armor as well, because the Irithel was just dealing damage and was getting melted by the blade armor. And as you mentioned, it was the auto attack as well on the Irithel, which needs to be cancelled either by swiping it to the cancel button or by recalling. That's the only two options that the Irithel has to stop the basic attack. But yeah, Mercy is a very well deserved MVP as well. And oh my me, why am I so zoomed in? This is actually kind of crazy. I am actually feeling a little bit embarrassed because my face is just looks so huge.
Enlarged ones, guys. Enlarged one. This is what makes True International special. We never know what's coming, right? We never know what's coming to hit us. But anyways, Wanz, you're so big. Oh my god. Our head proportion is so out of ratio. But anyways, guys. Oh, that's gonna be one. I mean, it's gonna be a 1-to-1 on both sides with RKO having the win this time. I wish we had a little break because I kinda wanna keep track of how things go, but I don't think we can end it no more because the climax has reached. It's gonna get peakier because this is gonna be the final match that's coming up. I think both of players are ready for the drafting session as well. But oh my god, what do you think? What do you think? Who is gonna take this final match? Both of the teams have proven themselves to be a worthy opponent for both of them. But this is gonna be hard prediction. But it only comes down to the draft now.
Yeah, it definitely comes down to the draft because talking about the prediction, even though we predict anything, it's all gonna come down to the draft and the execution. And it's all about execution, I would say, because the first game was onto the hands of Larry, but the second game, I feel like that was hats off Bhutan for making the comeback. They're actually losing, right? In the second game as well, they were losing a lot of fights early game, and it was battle through and fro, especially Diakonar and Lucas. He was being delayed onto the farm, and he was dying a lot of times as well. KDA and 473 if I'm not wrong, almost 7 times in that game itself, and most of the big ball was from DFB. So yeah, there is still a thin line where these two teams they might make a mistake against one another, because it all comes down to the execution of the game. So if I make any prediction, it's definitely gonna be after the draft of the game of the game number 3. Well, it seems like Bolty actually disappeared there for a moment, but it's just gonna be that for a slight second, I guess. Though my face really enlarged, I think that the viewers might have a little fun teasing me there, because now I have a big forehead as well as a big head. But yeah, anyways, though, talking about the draft, we can see that the draft has switched up once again. It is now gonna be Team RKO, which is gonna get the first pick, and it is gonna be Team Larry, which is gonna get the second pick. So now there's a switch as well, because that's pretty obvious. That is what happens after every game. But yeah, talking about the bans, we can see that Team RKO, they're coming up with Angela ban once again. This is actually a deja vu of the first game. They're going with the Angela ban as the first pick. I'm not really sure why they are so fixated on banning the Angela, but yeah, it seems like now they're coming up with a respect ban, because now they know that the jungler from the side of Larry, he really loves to play the Joy. Already played the Joy twice. They do not want to give him the Joy back. So now they're just gonna ban out his main hero. That is actually a respect ban coming up from the side of RKO. And yeah, it seems like Balti is back.
Yep, I'm back. I'm sorry. I had some nature's calling, which is, if I keep staying, it's gonna be very problematic for me. But anyways, we're finally back into the drafting phase. Of course, RKO are gonna get the first pick this time because they have the first pick onto the first match. But Larry, what's going on, Once? What do we have in the drafting here? Again, Rise and Shine. They go for the Angela ban, just like they go to in the first match. Very interesting. They didn't go for the Kalea ban this time, but yes, Simba being a problematic factor for the side of RKO, but instead they are banning the Hilda for themselves. This is going to be expanding river, so rotation is going to be very fast paced. And with that being said, no mobility for the side of Yve, but that expanding river is going to be a factor where the Yve, if you pair it up with the Void Blast, she gets a burst of movement speed. So this is going to be a very slippery Yve.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very slippery Yve, because the River just provides you so much movement. And yeah, if she uses the Void Blast, it's going to give her extra movement speed. So that is going to be really slippery. And yeah, Balti, I also love the fact that RKO, they are prioritizing the Eve, because they know that the Eve has already been picked twice by Larry. So now banning up the Joy as a respect ban, and they're picking up the Eve to prevent Larry from taking. So they know that they've been playing these heroes, and it is one of their comfort heroes. So now they're playing them off the.
Okay, once. Right now, Larry picked up a Grok, Larry picked up Uranus, and then I think on the side of RKO they have to pick something. I think the best chances is they could go for a carry pick here, but if they go for the carry, they have to go for a utility jungle, because a carry alone, too much damage for the text charge that's going to be coming for Grok. At the same time, Simba, I don't exactly know, but okay, finally we're getting a Baxia, I think, jungle this time, because that is a tanky Alice onto the EXP. And not to mention that Alice has, okay, I'm gonna talk about the revamp. The revamp, just when the Alice was revamped, everybody thought she was gonna be very good, but nope, she was absolutely not performing to what people expected. But instead, a small minor buff Alice come to this latest patch, and now she's a EXP monster. Some people like to go on the mid lane. You know, of course, once you always go on the mid lane with the Alice, I could say for sure. But okay, instead, okay, Rise and Shine were supposed to be taking the carry, but instead they know that they could take the carry. Now Larry grabs the opportunity of RKO, because this melting factor is very much needed to take down those two heroes, especially a Grok.
Yeah, I feel like there's still space for RKO to go for the Xbox jungle, because yeah, Xbox one of the best counters for a tanky lineup. And yeah, we already see two tanky lineup onto the side of Larry. So they can easily take the Xbox to counter out these tanky tanks. But yeah, I really love the fact that even Larry, they're prioritizing carry, because we do see that there is a Asha and Alice onto the hands of RKO. So they need that melting factor as well, and they're just gonna grab their hand on the carry, whereas they have a chance. I feel like this time around, RKO, the thing which they can do is they can grab the Nathan, because the Nathan in the laning phase against the carry, he will easily win the carry. And yeah, in the late phases of the game, when it comes to dishing out damage, we have already witnessed in the previous game how Wink was dealing an absurd amount of damage on the Nathan, melting away the members
The
of
fallen
Larry.
stars brought
with
us
his
here.
Nathan. So yeah, they can learn from the previous game and they can grab the Nathan onto their hands. And that would pretty much be an easy game for them because the carry, no way you're gonna win on Nathan. Nathan is a magic damage hero. You can even go for the Wind of Nature for the better advantage. And yeah, as for the consistent damage, I feel like the Nathan is better when it comes to melting because once he has his core items, he can just deal so much damage in a matter of.
Yes, once, and that is why Larry, go for the option to ban out the Nathan. That leaves lesser choice for the side of RKO to be picking their DPS. But a debut
Always
pick
on the
for the
way.
side of Larry with the Novaria. I actually am very intrigued on how are they gonna play this out. She outranges the Yve. That is one factor that she can counter the Yve, but in terms of cooldown, she needs to pick up the Enchanted Talisman if she want to keep dealing the damage, and she needs to have at least like an 80% hit rate. If not, it's gonna prove a very troubling factor. But oh goodness, this is going to be a Matilda roam. I think this is also a debut pick for the Matilda. 2 debut picks in the final match of Bhutan versus Nepal here. And yes, it's gonna be Wink once again with his signature pick on towards the gold with the export. That is also gonna melt them down, at the same time provide zoning and sustainability for the side of RKO. This last jungler pick, this has to be the deciding factor for Larry. If they mess this up, I don't know what. I think they're gonna go. Oh, Suyu! Are you sure about that though? Against a very tanky lineup, the Suyu would only be used to kind of secure objective. This, especially yesterday, we only saw Suyu picks to secure objective, not really dish out damage. But here you can use it to go and surprise the Yve, or basically, like I said, secure objectives. If not, I don't think the Suyu could be much of a use here.
I definitely agree with you, Bolty, because Suryo is not really performing well in meta, and I don't see how he's gonna perform against this lineup. I feel like early game he can, be a bit of trouble. For the mid and the late game, I don't feel like he can catch anyone from the side of Rice Kill Outshine, right? Because they just have such a tanky lineup that the Tsuyo he is just not gonna be able to melt them. But yeah, also the fact that it is an Xborg. In the early phases of the game, if you boot the Xborg, if you gang onto Xborg, yeah, there's definitely gonna be difference in the goal lane. But yeah, nonetheless though, guys, we are back into the game. This is game number 3, 1 points on both side of the team. This is gonna be the tiebreaker in number 3, the last game for the first game. And yeah, we are already back into the game, and we can see that the junglers, they're starting with the buff, which is kind of intriguing, Bolty, because I see that the Suyo is starting with the purple, as for the Xbox going for the orange instead.
That's very true, but the Suyu, it seems like he's gonna have a hard time clearing this jungle, but Simba already taking a lot of damage, almost a first blood to the side of RKO. But if the Simba, he has early game regeneration, that's gonna be a saving factor around. First hit coming from the side of Larry with the Astral Recall. But Lunar apparently is also winning a lane against Wing, so Wing has to play it very safe before he has the enough level for the Piraga armor to recharge at the same time. Has the last Insanity, but it seems like the invading factor comes in for Rise Shine out kill. It's already this time around as Win-Win finds himself struggling in this utility meta. But then again, they know how to play things out. Larry know how to play things out as they are finding themselves to be forcing out. But that is going to be a secured red to the side of Larry.
Yeah, that is a secure red to the side of Larry. And yeah, they're definitely having a really good time against Bhutan so far. There's not much that Bhutan they can do with the Suyo in the early phase of the game because he's just busy farming. I feel like the only thing he can do is cam poke and retreat, and that is what he's doing exactly there against Yeef over there. But yeah, the first turtle of the game is already up, and we can see that Larry, they've already made their way to the turtle, and yeah, there's just 4 people onto the turtle, a lot of reinforcement to get the turtle. I feel like that's gonna be an easy turtle onto the hands of Larry. And yeah, look at the Suyo though, just still farming and farming. Not much that he can do. And man, that is gonna be a 1.5 being missed right on time. But yeah, ball.
Oh, whoa, Lunar actually doing something, but will it be enough? No, it's not enough. That is too much aggression for the side of RKO to stop him. But yes, Simba is looking for the consecrated place. He kind of skedaddles out of that sticky situation. And that is going to be the first ever blood for the side of Rise Kill Outshine.
Oh, that is a beautiful first blood coming up there. Ganked, with 4 members. But man, look at our jungler here. Look at Bakshia. He stole the orange buff earlier on. But this time, it's gonna be the Studio who's gonna utilize it and steal the buff instead. But yeah, talking about the game, I feel like Bhutan, they do have the advantage because they have the carry. The carry can definitely melt them in the late game. If they push the game to the late game, it's definitely gonna be a game for Larry here, because Larry, they have Runar on the carry, and the carry is just the best counter for this kind of a lineup against.
Yes, that is very true, Juan. But you see that Runar is trying his best to take, the gold. But also on this session, it's just James here having a lot of pressurization. Even Zeronimated checking the bush, but nothing much to check for now. Even Zeronimated has to go for the assassin emblem, knowing the fact that the extra movement speed, at the same time the extra penetration, is going to help out in the very tanky lineup of side of Rise Kill Outshine. And that is also going to be his second turtle before RKO took it. And they're still going to be going for more with Diakomar. It seems like he's going to fall, but unfortunate that Win does not have enough damage for the damage reduction of Diakomar. But that is going to be another save, and there's going to be a pick shot coming up, knocking up Mercy once again. Mercy wants to go for the Trojan of Ruins and takes down Win. That is going to be Win taking him down. More happening still as Simba gets the kill on towards Mercy. More would be happening here. As you know, Simba just gets a trickle of damage, but that is a turtle uncontested. But right now, as I say, it is getting contested with Wing having no Firaga whatsoever. Here comes the barrier, the Guardian Shield coming up, but it's going to be a smooth sailing for Diakomar to grab this second turtle for the side of RKO.
Smooth sailing indeed, and man, that was a really good good fight there, because they got to they took down the Suyo, and that is a really big factor in the early and mid of the game, because your jungler down, he's gonna miss out so much farm. That is gonna create so much pressure on the team. But yeah, look at Wing on the Xbox. They're just laying really well against Simba, and Simba, they're just being so aggressive as well, trying to maintain his stacks as much as possible. But yeah, we can see that there's definitely a rotation coming up from the side of Bhutan. They're going in with the Esmeralda and the Matilda, but unfortunately it is a Uranus that we're talking about. You can't really gank him or melt him out. But yeah, onto the jungle, we can see that the Grok as well, providing vision for the team. He's giving a lot of information. And yeah, they can't really do much with this information, because they can't really burst them down just yet. But it is going to be it's just going to be a small retreat from the side of Larry, because right now they do not want to instigate any fight. Instead, they just want to slow farm the game and wait for the carry to come online.
Indeed, once, and yes. Wait, I thought I saw a War X being picked up by the Korean guy. But I think that was a system glitch, I'm pretty sure. I was like, wait, what? But for now, I just hope it's not a War X, but instead it'll be like a Dominance Ice for Grok there. But it seems like there is gonna be a bit of Diakomar almost doing a Kyrie Kumar. Not yet, but this is not Kyrie, guys. But instead, it's gonna be the one and only Diakomar instead. But look, more happening onto the bot side here as this T1 getting chucked down by Diakomar himself.
On top side, Win finds himself very hard to farm up because any opponent that he needs for the side of RKO will always kind of like match up with him on the firepower. But it seems like there's going to be Boo with a saving grace off toward the guiding winds. More happening here because that could be a perfect tech charge, but unfortunately, Korean guy didn't actually go for the tech charge, but unfortunate. An opportunity slipped for now, but instead Simba is going to be in the midst of it, trying to go for the consecration plays. Once again, this comes a certain Eagle coming and following up with the Astral Echo onto the backline here. We see that Kia Kumar secures that retribution, and they were able to take out Grok at the same time, Win as well, and that is an absolute tree. And even more, talking about a turtle over 3 kills with no trace whatsoever for the side of RKO.
RKO are actually coming back now. They're actually coming back. They got to get their hands on 2 kills with Turtle, secured with no casualty whatsoever. This fight here, look at Simba, man. He's so aggressive. He just goes in deep. But man, look at the Alice. Beautifully locks the backline with the ultimate and the first kill combo. And yeah, beautiful double kill being secured. But man, look at Simba overextending space, the prize. Or over underestimating the the members of Bhutan.
Yeah, Bhutan have finally find themselves in the gauntlet of having the momentum to absolutely dish out this damage on towards Grok. But don't forget that Simba finally joins the fray again. But don't forget the Kumar gonna go for the 1.5 over to Grok. But then again, here comes the Astral Echo to reveal 4 members of RKO, as they had to take another detour around so that they have to wait for the Astral Recall or the Astral Echoes, increase your hitbox duration. But other than that, this could be a gank onto towards the top because Runar has to go for the... No, that's not a recall right here. Instead, it's going to be the Torn of Ruin comes in as Runar gets taken out by Moon. And that could be what RKO need to take on this tier 1 at the same time to take out, and more happening with the tech charges evading the last insanity on top side. But this is a kind of a close call for Wing, but don't forget Moon has the guiding wind to save Wing to pull him out of the grave endangerment there. And with that being said, that is going to be another W coming up for the side of RKO as they still want to fight, but with Mercy still doing a lot. Still having to do a lot. It seems like Win also trying to do something, but it's always Win unable to do anything because of this nerf Suyu we're talking about.
Yeah, the nerf Suyu indeed. I feel like the nerf on the Suyu was a bit too extreme because he no longer gets any magic reduction. But man, leave that for later because we can see Simba being so aggressive. He's just going in for the backshot. He's zoning them out really well, but the guiding wind puts him right in for the Lord, and that is going to be a contested Lord once again. But Balti, look at Simba, he's still being so aggressive. He's just going into 5 members of Bhutan and he's just dealing out so much damage.
Tech charge, perfect, takes out Moon. There's something gonna be hard, but Win finally gets the retribution on the Lord this time. That is a secure objective for the side of Larry as they have to go away, but instead Simba still wants a bit of Wink, but a perfect shot for Zeronime that snipes down Wink. And in a cool way, Larry finally gets the first better trade on their halves, taking the Lord, and they are gonna use this to their very advantage to start tearing down the turrets of Arcade.
And that was a really good fight for RKO there, but they actually lost the Lord and they actually lost a member as well, so that was pretty unfortunate for them. Simba actually doing so well, but look at that beautiful sniper shot from the Novaria. I feel like the Novaria here wasn't a really good pick of Meech. She's really underperforming for Meech, even though she's providing a lot of vision with her ultimate, but at the same time, she's just missing out on the damage as well because her sniper shots are not really hitting as consistently as they should. So that is a factor as well where they are lacking behind in magic damage. But yeah, there's always there's always the carry and the back and the Suyu who comes in and dish out the damage. So somehow they do manage to get the kills as well.
Yes. This is it for Larry to finally have the advantage over the jungle, over the turrets as well. In terms of the kill lead, we do see RKO going for a killing spree, but
It's where, how consistent you basically are if you want to keep holding back. And in terms of scaling as well, I know that Larry have a Lunar or Lunar on their hands to absolutely shred the entirety of RKO, and this is already going to shift to like the mid game and to the late game soon. And as you can see on the build, Lunar is actually working for the Trinity. Once he gets it, this could be over for RKO because they don't really have the damage to take down every member for the side of Larry.
Yeah, indeed. Because once the Trinity is completed, the carry will melt out. Will melt each and every member from the side of Bhutan. Bhutan, they can't really count out the damage from the carry because she's just going to deal out so much true damage that even the blade armor will be of no use. And yeah, talking about the blade armor though, the blade armor, such a really good item, right? Such a a unique item
Yeah.
that counts out the
Yeah.
big damage of the marksmen. But yeah, when it comes to the carry, you can't really reflect back the true damage. That is of no use. But yeah, when it comes to other marksmen, though, it can really melt them. But yeah, nonetheless, though, we can see that there's another fight instigating there. Oh my goodness, Simba! He's just taking so much damage from Warg. And yeah, he's just gonna off for now to keep that HP right up.
Yep, Simba needs to chunk in a little meat, some people used to say, but instead of his case, he has to chuck down a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But indeed, with the help of Grok, they were able to secure a lot of damage coming in. They soak up a lot of damage. It's gonna give Renard the perfect breathing moment to finally come in after every member of RKO have used up their resources. That is what Larry, the side of Team Larry are basically doing. Forced out that everything, but oh, there is the forced out last insanity coming up. This could pose a threat for RKO now, as also Win finally comes in to clear lanes and ready for the stealing of Lord, but Wink has not enough gauge bar to recoup for the last insanity, so Simba is just dancing onto the back line, actually throwing that deal for Mar. But look at the chunking HP, the corner boom comes in with a flicker as well, but Win has that retribution to take the Lord, but they have to dip if not, but instead they're actually going for more, and that is going to be Simba chasing down, but Wink finally gets taken down by Win-Win. The chase still continues as Moon gets taken out by Simba. Mercy still on towards the midst of it, and this Simba is doing his best to zone, deal damage at the same time, give a breathing for the side of Larry. And yes, they were able to take down two and a turtle, not a turtle, but a lord for themselves.
Man, this is looking really bad for Bhutan. They do not have any consistent damage. And Bolty, look at this. We finally have a pause. It seems like there is a bit of an issue with the players and their ping. So now they're just gonna try to fix that. But yeah, while the management is doing that, we can slow down things a bit and talk about the itemization. We can see the items on the
Indeed.
we can see the carry. She finally completed Trinity build, the corrosion side, the demon hunter sword, and man, the one and only golden staff. This golden staff item I really hated. The way she can abuse her passive because of this item is just absurd. And yeah, on top of that, the carry, she just deals so much damage with the light wheel on her ultimate because she throws two basic attack at a time. So that helps abuse the passive really well. That is what makes the carry the melting factor for tanks. She can basically just chunk them down like she's chunking onions on a chopping board. So yeah, talking about Bhutan though, they're really struggling because early game they were doing well. I would say not well actually because they were kind of losing a lot of objective, but they were ahead on kills. They were getting a lot of kills, and yeah, they did gang Wink a lot, and yeah, Wink was gang through and fro, but still somehow managed to win the lane against the carry in the early phase of the game. But Runar somehow, after he completed the Trinity, he just came online and the side of the game it just shifted, and it brought about the change in the game right after the Trinity was completed, because there was just so much damage that Runar was dealing on the carry. It's just impossible for Bhutan to tank that damage.
Very, very true once. And I'm kind of surprised that Winwin has the highest amount of gold. The fact that he wasn't doing much on team fights, but he was just focusing on clearing waves, clearing jungles at the same
Yeah.
time. Comes in the perfect time to press the retribution on those team fights. The way the Suyu is basically played in this tournament for now, because you can be out there getting the kills. You don't even have a Sky Piercer, but in terms of damage, you have Malefic Roar already, which is gonna play a very important factor if you want to melt down the very low HP, members. Basically, he would be the one to go chase down the low members that have escaped the team fight. But other than that, Larry finally catching up to the kills as well. As you see, we're on the 6-5, but that doesn't actually matter anymore because they are on the lead on gold. And also, looking at Grok though, finishing the Guardian helmet, which is going to be very important for them to stop recalling instead. This reward Guardian helmet also works as a Twilight armor, if I'm not mistaken. So, a Grok, very hard to burst down. Pairing up with a Guardian helmet is going to be something else. But if you could see Moon on the other hand, they have to go for the Flags of Oasis because that's how a Matilda is played. I've seen some Matilda being played with Conceal, but I don't know if that's going to work out. But this is actually a correct build for Moon to be going on to the Enchanted Talisman because they want to abuse the healing factor of the Guiding Winds. At the same time, this Flags of Oasis, which is the only item that actually, increases your healing effect instead of Oracle, because Oracle is basically like your only heal amplification, but instead this Flags of Oasis is going to amplify your heal to your teammates as well. So finally we're getting that item that amplifies our heal towards the teammates. And other than that, we did see that Xborg has the Sky Piercer, but I don't think
Yeah.
Xborg has enough kills to actually get a lot of Sky Piercer. But other than that, it's just a Yves going for the utility, as you see, going for the Ice Queen wand, the glowing wand. At the same time, this Wishing Lantern, which is a very important one. But
Yeah.
what I actually see that Armageddon pulled out is Swain, the mid laner, takes um, a lightning truncheon. At the same time, he also takes a Wishing Lantern. So he was dealing a lot of damage, but taking a lightning truncheon, I'm not sure about that.
I mean, it's quite understandable why you would take the lightning truncheon, because the lightning truncheon after the reverse, it deals AoE damage, and it provides cooldown reduction as well. As we already know, the build for the Eve has changed in the meta. She no longer rely on the CDR build. Instead, they go for the burst build. So
Yeah,
if you
true.
pair up the lightning truncheon and the wishing lantern, it can actually provide you of about a 25% cooldown reduction pairing with the emblem. So that is a bit of a cooldown, that she has on her ultimate as well. So it's pretty understandable why they go for the lightning truncheon for that extra 10% cooldown, which they miss out if they don't go for the enchanted talisman.
Yeah, once. And also,
And yeah.
you did mention that the burst factor for Yif. So I think it's very liable that you can go for Divine Glaive and Holy Crystal now, right, on the Yif?
Yeah, most definitely, because the Holy Crystal will dish out a lot of damage, but it also depends on the game, on and how well you're winning. Because if you're not winning, there's no way you're gonna complete a Holy Crystal. So it depends on the game as well. If you want to go for that high burst damage, or you want to go for that uh, kind of a damage with a little bit of a slow as well. So we're seeing that kind of build on the Eve right now. She has the Ice Queen one, the glowing one, the wishing lantern, and now possibly a divine glaive to dish out damage onto the grok as well as the Uranus. I
Very
feel like the
true.
only way Bhutan is going to win this game right now is if they take down the carry, because if they cannot target the carry, they are just they're just going to lose this game, because the carry is just going to melt them down one by one. I might as well pick a maniac, at the end, when they're fighting at the crystal, because there's just so many front lines onto the side of Bhutan that they have to be onto the front. The carry will just melt you out if you're in the front. So they have to dive in for the back line, possibly with the Matilda going in with the Circling Eagle. They can follow up with the Guiding Wind. Or maybe the Alice, she can just go in with the first skill and then pop out the Ruined Horn to target the carry.
Yep, very, very true. Yeah, you're completely right on that gold lane needs to get taken down if they want to win. That's very true, but if you don't take her down, that's gonna melt down their entirety. Even their, what do you call it? Your frontliners are gonna get melted down by the carry. But it seems like RKO are losing out on the early factor. They did have the early lead, but to a fact that they cannot keep up the lead, where the Larry, their gold laners has the build already to recoup for the amount of loss they've had on the earlier phases of the game. And this is RKO lineup where they don't exactly scale on the late game. So that is a very problematic factor for RKO. And also they have to watch out for Zeron animated as well, because the only way you can take down a carry is if you ambush a carry, right? But there is
Yep.
a animated with the Astral Echo that can basically check bushes. His Astral Recall also can check bushes. So this is going to be very hard for RKO to take down the carry, in my opinion.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a main factor, for them. That they really can't target the carry, because if we talk about the composition, the lineup of Larry as well, they do have tanky front lines such as the Grok and the Rhaenys. So they are going to be chunking down a lot of. They're going to be the sandbags actually for the team, and I really love the fact that the Grok picked up the Guardian helmet, because now with the revoked Guardian helmet you can actually sustain a lot more in the fight. Whenever you're taking damage, a little bit of a portion of HP is being regen, so that is going to make you last in fights a lot longer compared to how it was in the past. And yeah, as you've already mentioned, that once the Grok has picked up the Guardian helmet, no longer needs to recall. He can just walk around the map for a few seconds, and yeah, the HP will be healed right back up. But yeah, talking about Bhutan, they are quite in a really, really tight spot here. They can't really make a comeback here because they're just being pressurized from each and every corner at this time. Now, the only thing they can do is go for the carry. It's either risk it or they have
Risk
to
it.
risk it. Yeah, they actually have to risk it, and they have to go for the carry. And if they don't, they're gonna get melted anyway.
Hmm. This pause have actually exceeded quite a while. It seems like
Base turret has been
there was a rule
destroyed.
broken, it seems. I don't know if they're gonna continue to fight, but it seems like they're gonna continue to fight. But after this, the deciding factor would be after the match. But for now, I think it was a bit more anticlimactic now that it's gonna be a destroyed here. 1, 2, 3 on all sides of RKO as they have the dominant factor here. Look at the circle here, gonna be going straight towards the very squishies, but that is way too late because Larry, on the other hand, gets this victory. But I'm not sure. They did say they broke the rule, which I'm not very sure. So only time will tell until management have tell us.
Indeed, only time will tell. But yeah, this was actually the ending doom of Bhutan. Man, look at Larry. They're just standing there in front of our eyes,
Oh.
quite looking really good, and yeah, grabbing a beautiful. They managed to sweep up the table once again, even after the second game where they lost. They still managed to win in the third game, and finally they sweep. So now, they're just gonna be having 2 more points onto their hands, which is gonna climb them up into the leaderboard. which is going to be really good for them. And as for Bhutan, they do have 1 point, so not bad. At least it wasn't a sweep, right?
At least it wasn't a clean sweep. Instead, both of the teams are very evenly matched. But we can't really tell anymore once because they did say both of the teams broke rules. So, well, I don't know, but we will keep continuing with the MVP session here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Simba once again. Goated with the Hilda. Goated with the zoning with the Uranus as well. This guy soaks damage, can deal damage, 80% teamfight participation. Was always there, prominent, omnipotent in some of the team fights, but not too omnipotent for 100% because yesterday we actually got 100% team fight participation from a mid laner using a Kimi, and that was actually kind of very impressive. But right now, 6 to 5 kills, very, very close. This is not like a kill thirsty match. Instead, it was an objective objective thirsty gameplays from both of the teams. But it was cool because you see Carry didn't actually completed the build. Instead, he actually they actually ended the game before he can complete the build, which could be a very bad thing if the game keeps stretching. But other than that, look at Wink against a Carry. I don't know. It's a basically, if you don't win the earlier phases of the game with a fighter gold, your late game is going to be, the tempo is just going to go downhill very quick. And this is exactly what is demonstrated here. The fact that Rice Skill Outshine couldn't do anything on that later phases of the game, even throwing the match.
Yeah, they actually kind of did throw the match, but I do have to say that they were actually just holding out as much as they could against the carry, because the carry, man, come on, you can't really do anything with 4 front lines on your side, and you have no consistent damage. I feel like and they could have actually picked the Kimi instead of the X-Bar, because the Kimi, she deals magic damage and can lane really well against the carry as well, and she has that consistent damage, so they're not gonna lack into the magic damage as well, and they can constantly burst down the Uranus as well as the Rock in the late phases of the game if she has a full build. And it's the Kimi, she can actually abuse the Wishing Lantern as well, because she deals so much magic damage that butterflies are always gonna pop up and a certain amount of HP damage onto the tanks, which is just gradually gonna chunk their HP, and it's gonna be enough for the front lines to go in and just instigate the fight more and prolong it till they get their hands on a few kills.
Can't say much anymore, Wands, because the rules are important, but at the same time, I exactly don't even know anymore. Oh, we are disproportionate again, but still, Wands is a big guy, very big guy, yes.
Yeah,
right.
I'm the big guy. I'm the big guy, guys.
Very big guy, guys. Anyways, that concludes the match number 1. A very nice best of 3 session for both of the teams. RKO, they had the stronger lead on the second, but right now they fall in again. So that is going to be the first loss for RKO. They won their first game against Bangladesh, I think, but right now they're not that strong enough to take on Larry, as Larry takes the crown. And Larry, once again, still with the 2 wins. They did lost once. That is going to be like a 1 minus point for them, but unfortunate. But something that's more fortunate is the fact that they got the win, and that's going to be 2 points. But on side of management, we don't know if they're going to get the points or not, since they did say they kind of broke the rules in terms of taunting. But other than that, we do not know. But the only time will tell on the announcement section. But for now, I think Wants and I had our fill for this match number 1. This upcoming match number 2 is going to be against, I think, Vintage Victory, that is from Bangladesh, versus Armageddon Esports, that is from India. We're gonna have a new set of casters, probably better casters than us. Once is good, but I'm not. But other than that, we're gonna be heading out for now, guys. peace out for now, and stay tuned, stay hydrated. After this next match, we're gonna have a blast. Catch you there.
can't even see the screen.
If you're there. Well, hi Debbie. Are we supposed to say hi to each other or hi to the chat?
Hi to you.
Hi to you.
That's why.
Yeah, we're back for the
Amazing.
True International once again. This is the saga, right?
Yep.
Why are we so awkward though?
Because I can't see anything.
No,
Never
I
mind,
can
man.
actually. Mm-hmm.
I
Never
can't
mind
see.
indeed.
Okay, I can see now. I can see now. Oh my
I'm glad
god.
for you.
That is a... Oh, device factor, man.
Yeah,
Let's
I mean
go.
we are the chillest people, right? So it doesn't really matter. But hey, this tournament is no more chill, right? Because the point system is really getting all the teams right as we are moving, with each and every day. I think the teams they need to secure their victories to actually qualify for the playoffs, right? Because we're talking about not just a full tournament. This is an international stage. Of course, this is a teaser tournament, but regardless, you do not just wanna just let go of the opportunity that you're getting to actually be part of this, the top 4 teams into this tournament as well.
Exactly. That's what we were worried about, but okay. As we all have been waiting for, we're gonna be jumping directly into the drafting phase. But nevertheless, before we get into that, I want to introduce you to the teams. We have a Magadam that is coming from India, and of course the Vintage Victory, who is from Bangladesh. So this is gonna be point mattering, and now we will see who will be able to have the better point into the chances. Vintage Victory, they have the first pick, so Magadam will be having the second pick. So let's see how the match are gonna be looking like.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very important at the very least. But at the same time, this is going to be an expanding river board or a map, which is going to be kind of crucial when you're going for the draft, right? Because you want to get those heroes that does not really... I mean, you can pick those high mobility hero in the game as well, but I think even without those, you can have a pretty good rotation. So meaning that you can actually pick up those, items much quicker than your boots. That kind of saves you a lot of gold at the very least. And if you're a mid laner, I think that can really kind of give you the power spike a lot earlier than you are actually, thinking. And even you can actually go for the bargain hunter for the emblem setup, and you do not necessarily need to go for the wilderness blessing. That's a plus point for this map, of course. But what do you actually expect the teams to actually, pick in this game, or just build around the composition? Like we talked about it a little bit as well for the side of Team Vintage Victory. They do like to go for the double fighter comp, right? And for Armageddon Esports, I think flexible because they can just go for even the marksman one and even for the fighter one. So are you expecting something really distinct or same kind of draft?
Same. I think Armageddon is a team that doesn't really change up, and they usually go for their own kind of composition, and it kind of really worked out because they usually go for a carry into the gold lane side, so this meta isn't favoring them much. But on the other hand, Vintage Victory, I feel like they are ready for this, so they can actually play into the flexibility side. They can go for the marksman into the gold lane, or even the fighters too. It's dependent on what jungle they're gonna be picking. But talking about the jungle here, I think they have necessary bans already done. Grok, Fredrin, and Yim has to go. On to the other hand, Abasha, CC, and Zushin, very red side ban. But Farsa too early. Oh my goodness. You know what? Gatot is a comfort for Twin Flame here, even Twin to onto the Kimi. So this is a very, very understandable ban coming from the side of Armageddon.
Absolutely, and I really like the Lapu Lapu on Paulina because I think he can perform really well on that. He's like so aggressive this gameplay, and most of the time you would see him flying around during those neutral objective takes. Like the one who will just go and instigate team fight and be the one who will actually put the active pressure around this neutral objective. Very good for zoning, of course, but that kind of also puts him at a dangerous position where the team needs to back him up, meaning that even after a neutral objective, the fight is evident from the side of Team Armageddon. And if they really go too aggressive on that route, and if they do not really respect what the other team actually can punish or maybe able to re-engage with, I think that can backfire in a lot of ways for Armageddon Esports.
Exactly. The band's actually good for the side of Vintage Victory because I like that they take away the Xbox, even though they are the one playing the assassins into the jungle, that is the landslide very, very comfortable. And I feel like the Uranus is a little bit too early, but when you have a Uranus onto your side, you are bound to remove the altitude and Mizilla, so very, very good potential. And onto the other hand, even though Twin Flame is onto the Gathod, they actually decided to remove all the Kalea, so maybe there's a possibility that Armageddon might eventually want to go for the assassin into the jungle so that they'll be able to have a good time, because talking about it right now, I feel like the Haya can also be a very good option for Armageddon here, but they have to ban one hero though. Should it be a Marksman or a utility?
I think they can still ban up those Esmeralda and all those utility, because if they are going for the 2-fighter comp, then it's best to ban out more shield generative heroes. Like the Uranus is already there, meaning that the Arlot will have a tough time to lane against that. So the Arlot might be on an option that they will not like to go for. Apart from that, we looking at a very strong EXP laner, at least from the side of Team Armageddon Esports. For Vintage Victory, yes, the Uranus is very good with the heal, with the pressure that he can create, but at the very least, I think, he does require a few more items to be very, vital in the game, because in the early game he can be bursted down with the damage from the Gimme as well, and in the late game I think it's one of those heroes that can really become this annoying factor. But the Hayabusa locked in, you mentioned about that assassin from the side of Team Armageddon Esports, and indeed going for that, but against the Lancelot, what do you think about the matchup though, like Lancelot versus the Hayabusa?
Dare I say that the assassin versus assassin into the jungle is dependent highly onto the team. And when I talk about the team, I'm definitely going to be mentioning onto the mid side. It depends on how the mid side rotates for the assassin jungles to shine upon. So the Kimi and the Farsa all together with the Gathon and the room yet to come from the side of Vintage Victory has to be something that we have to look forward to, so that we will be able to see them winning out and have a winning condition too. But yeah, it's gonna be a level up to the gold lane side, because given the fact that they already have the Kimi, so Ruby might be a goal too, but then again, they already picked out the Phobias from the side of Armageddon, right? So they have a very, very good hero to answer to the Ruby here.
Yeah, the Ruby, the Lancelot, both, right? I think the Phobias can be that annoying factor. Again, more front lines being locked. So the main damage dealer from the side of Team Armageddon is going to be in the early to mid game, Kimi as well as the Hayabusa. But more in the late game, I think the Hayabusa will be a bit difficult. It will be a bit difficult for him to try and mark those heroes down and just one-shot them, I would say. Yes, if he can get those flank when the heroes are low HP, that's a different story at all. But he just goes for the flank. I think there are equal number of punishment from the side of Team Vintage Victory, so the draft is looking really dynamic from the side of Vintage Victory, whereas from the side of Armageddon Esports is like a very good front to back composition, and they can also flank pretty well, I would say. So I think it's about who can execute it better. Point though.
Yeah, this is only comfort except for Dome onto the side of Armageddon. So let's see how they can, because the throw is already up. But never mind, guys. We will be heading into the land of Dawn. This is AGA True International that you all are witnessing. Best of 3 series, and it's gonna be very dire for both these two teams to have a winning condition here. This is gonna be Armageddon going against a Vintage Victory onto this game right now. Game number 1. Let's see how it plays out.
Absolutely, you heard it right from Debbie as well. But again, you can see already a bit of aggression coming in. The Starlium Beam will connect, and that will the first blood already secured by the Garudkacha. And this is a very good start coming in from the side of Team Armageddon Esports, because they need those skills, they need those damage to be online pretty quickly, and I would say the sooner they get those skills, the better for them.
That was what we were talking about here, but onto the bot. Taken down very low. It have to be a 2v1 dash. Have to flicker away. So that is gonna be 1 versus 1. Look at that!
Hercules, indeed, man. Good rotation, I would say, from them. But I think in the early game, the Phobias is kind of punishable, right? Until he gets that level 4.
Exactly. This is why you want to get onto the Phobias early on. course, so that's exactly what Vintage Victory wanted to do for. But yeah, the wrong one died at that moment, so yeah, the turtle setup might eventually be a very, very good one for the side of Vintage Warrior. But hey, mid lane side Hercules getting stunned on.
Yeah, once again, he does not have the flicker this time, or does he? He does have the flicker. So the turtle, though, already being started off by the side of Team Vintage Victory, and they will be able to secure it pretty. Kia can get it without any kind of contention, but the purple buff might just get invaded until and unless Hayabusa will be able to secure it. But oh, he's too low, able to just get out. But for how long? Josie cannot really find that escape this time around. He has to fall, and with this, jungler is down from the side of Team Armageddon Esports Vintage Factories. They're trying to just push more. They're trying to put more pressure. Polina cannot even survive that because this is a lot of damage. The feather airstrike will be dropped down, and side of Team Armageddon Esports, they need to back off. They need to get out, but will it be possible? Ito joins the party, and he will be able to punish a few more members. But this is both the teams going out for all out a brawl, most likely. But the lead that side of Team Vintage Victory could have maintained, kind of just getting thrown off, isn't it?
Yeah, Kia being the aggressive leader here. Hey, so with the hell like that?
Oh no, Soirene will be punished. Kia to Swain will picking up a kill, and this will be more from the side of Team Armageddon Esports. Hercules getting taken down, double for Swain.
Yeah, that was a massive quick comeback from Armageddon right here. You know, kill counts doesn't really matter when you have a goal onto your side. So I feel like this is gonna be the for Armageddon. You know, they have the ways to try to utilize onto the goal lead that Vintage Victory might eventually have. So there is somewhere they need to be really careful about. But onto the other side though, it's really important that Twin Flame finds a good composition, find a good control onto these boosters so that they'll be able to get the right time on time. But hey, Josie might be in trouble though.
He might be in trouble. I don't know if he can get out of there. No way, he cannot. And Soirene will be picking up one more kill, but he's 1 HP able to get out with the wings by wings. But again, Hercules is getting taunted, trying to get out with a G Kundo, but still Ito does have the bravest warrior. And trying to just go more. They're trying to go for the turtle, but they don't have the vision, and you can already see Kia will be starting it off, and the side of Team Vintage Victory still have a very good control over the neutral objective, and at this point, the side of Team Armageddon Esports will instigate one more fight, but can they find the turtle? No, Kia will be getting it with the help of the Retribution, and there is the Ogi Shadow kill on towards Urena. Uchi pops in, Paulina will pick up kill onto Vasorian, and with this, Armageddon Esports is going for more. The I Am Offended will be connecting onto us too, and they are even much. And with this, Kadera will be falling. Side of Team Armageddon, they're trying to push their luck. They're trying to pick up more kills and also probably take away the orange buff. And no, Kia will be picking it up. But again, Hercules might be in trouble. And yes, Paulina gets one more kill. He takes down Hercules. And with this, Armageddon Esports, they're trying to back off, but they cannot. Swain will be falling in the hands of Kia. And at this point, even Twin Flame might be in trouble. The Consecration is dealing a bit of damage, but he does have some healing from his teammates. Paulina will be again going in and out, trying to jump with the Infernal Pursuit, but his dash, he can just, get back his regen. But meantime, Josie will find the turret up top. Tier 1 taken down.
Yep. Oh, onto the bottom lane as well. That might be a little bit of an re-engagement. Yeah, doesn't really have the mana, able to survive off. That's gonna be the end of here right now, but Paulina still going for more dashing in a missed dash. But hey, that was actually a good trade coming through onto the top lane side for the Hayabusa. Right now, Josie able to find something out of the trade, but looking at the build so far, Dominance always built up by the side of Armageddon, 2 of them already, but Hunter Strike also taken away by Josie as well as the growing one for Swain. I would really prefer if the Sorin actually went for the anti-heal, the glowing one, rather than the lightning truncheon, because at this point of the time you might need the anti-heal because Paulina does heal. Lapu Ito was but mid lane though.
Dash wants to be the front line, but he's getting some damage taken on. He's also getting a stun, but he's able to heal back up. But again, top lane, it's gonna be Paulina against 3 members. He's still trying to go for more with Infernal Pursuit, and the AOG will be dropped down. Flaker will be saving Sorin, but Kadera will take it, taken down. Paulina finds a kill, and the rest of the member from the side of Team Vintage Victory will have to respect the damage the side of Team Armageddon are dishing out. Stun will connect, but the Flicker will be saving Dash, and with this, the Turtle will be taken down by Kia once again, but I don't think so. Dash can find an escape. You will have to fall. The second tier will be also getting taken down. Josie versus Kia, but he needs to just get back off because his HP is too low. And with this, Hercules is getting the end half of the damage from Paulina as well. But we're able to back off, but I think more fight might just come around the Unbreakable. Will it connect? Yes, it does. The Feather Airstrike will be giving the peel, but again, Bravest Fighter in. Mito is putting it. Again, in front not in front but the damage from Kia will be enough. The kill will be secure, but he will fall as well. But at the same time, Hercules is low on HP, cannot survive. Paulina picks up side of Team Armageddon Esports, they are finding more success in terms of kills, but a flicker in from Kadera and a flicker out from Paulina will be saving his life. So far, the fight is still going on, and neither of the team wants to end soon.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do under the ball. Still in favor of the side of Armageddon because they were able to take out the tier 1 turret onto the top lane side, and this will be a lot of things for them to come to. Cold lane ranking for sure is going to be Kia, the gold laner for the side of Vintage Victory, because he has been able to perform so well with the turtle, able to take it down too, but onto the bottom lane, Kadera might be caught into a sandwich position. The Texan pod's not really connecting, but the stun is there.
Yeah, it is there, but their main focus is actually taking down the turret. But again, you can see another fight being started off. Josie wants to go in, but but no transition, able to dash out. But the tier 1 down bot will be falling down. Paulina again going in and out with and from the pursuit. Josie will be falling in the hands of Kia. Off-cam kill, a 1v1 being lost out, but Kia might be just too overextended here. Kind of locked into the neighborhood jungle, but can he find escape is the question, but he is able to use the puncture really well. He's getting a taunt, but he's able to just dash out with puncture once again. More punctures coming in, and he's able to find an escape. Meanwhile, though, up top, Dash will be doing God's work, pushing those lane, what is required for his team.
That's what they needed here. Staying to the team fight will be good, but you need to have an objective, and this is exactly what they need right now to the mid side. Twinfit might be getting God here. The lore is already up now. Armageddon, they are in a dire situation. Go for the team fight most of the time because of Jody being lacking onto those damage department, because he has been taken down 3 times in a row and he's not dead. But top lane, Paulina out of the picture so early on.
Like, Lamsford is dealing a lot of damage, right? I would love to see, what is he building? Surviving everything and still getting out on. Amazing! But there will be more dash. Kunjo and both the members out of Team Vintage Victory showing why they are trying to secure the victory for this game. Those mechanics, those micro are so on point, but again, Dash being the frontliner against 3 members, still trying to survive. Kia will be reaching back his HP, going in again, but cannot really connect the Thorn Rose, but still the side of Team Vintage Victory, they are able to maintain the aggression. As you can see, they're still trying to just go for a little bit of brawl in the mid lane. The Feather Airstrike will be dropped down, and the side of Team Armageddon will be trying to get out. There is the AOG from Twin Flame, but
alright, oh my goodness, that's gonna be Josie taken down by Kia yet again, but taken down into the middle of it all in front of Peter being jumped upon. He might be dealing out a lot of damage, but diving in again onto the backline. Swain will be taken down, Paulina as well, Ito will be taken down too. That is gonna be a full-on white dab coming through from the side of Armageddon, and this will definitely be a free lore for Vintage Victory.
Really sorry for the cutoff, but again, you can see that fight being so beautifully engaged, and Kia onto the backline takes on Josie. And it didn't stop. The Way of the Dragon was used as well, but Paulina able to sustain it all, but still not for long enough, right? But Kia doing the, backline work. He's taking down everyone, and because of that, he'll be able to get the lot as well. And this is looking really another start of another fight here. The AOG cannot even be used on time. The Feather Airstrike deals the damage. Kia picks up one more kill. And with this Vintage Victory, they're looking for more here, but they are just respecting that, they should not be fighting on the turret. The Lord is still marching down here, Debbie.
Yep.
Now just wait for it.
They should really wait for it, but look at that full damage bill onto the Lancelot in this meta here. You don't really guide, not for the Thunderstrike Lancelot, but hey, it's gonna be okay. But that's going to be the Feather Airstrike. That's what they're gonna come into. Look at the jump.
Oh, they want to go in, but again, it's not able to move. Twin Flame will be getting taken down. Swen will take down Hercules though. Roamer for Roamer. The teams did not really get, a better trade, but it's still an equal one. But again, Soreen will be falling in the hands of Josie the Assassin. Doing the assassination, the traction pulse, will it connect? Yes, it does. And with this side of team Vintage Victory, they are just trying to reverse it. And they will be able to get a kill onto Swen. And again, it's a 3v4 2 situation with Josie being onto the top lane. But again, Dash is able to heal back his HP. But again, Paulina wants to go in. Ito is there as well, but does not have Bravest Fighter. And he'll just back off for now. The waves are coming crashing down, so they need to clear it.
We need to really clear it, but hey, that's gonna be two defenses all built up by Paulina, and it's very well on the side of Megadon here, but hey, to take it down very low, he does not have the skill. What the hell is that Kia? What's the damage?
He's so lethal with Lancelot. He's not being able to stop anytime soon by the side of Armageddon Esports. You can see the OP Shadow kill will be used. Hercules will be falling. But still, the main man is Kia right now. He needs to be stopped. He's running like a... Take down one more going in. Even more. Connects, and that will be Paulina getting taken down. And now it's just Twin Flame defending, but I don't think so he will be able to do so. He's getting a ton of damage, able to just sustain for a bit, but not for too long. Takes down Kia though. Got enough time for Ito to be brought back. He's clearing the minions, but just few hits away from the base of Team Armageddon Esports. The minions are coming crashing down, and all they need to do is just lock it down. But the waves are getting cleared out, and Ito actually a lot. How long can he's able to sustain, but the base is wide open. No more minions for the side of Vintage Victory. They need to back off. Members will be up. In Armageddon Esports, they should be able to hold for a while longer.
That was actually brilliant that Armageddon were able. Why? Because that was actually looking like something that is gonna be to the end. But what, man, the wipe down was perfectly on point here. But yeah, we can see here the clearance coming through from Ito as something that you usually don't see when you don't have a partner on the side. But hey, that was definitely a good defense first one single man. Never mind, Hercules.
He gets taken down. Paulina! AOG dropped down, but no transition yet from the side of Team Armageddon Esports into the damage department. Still waiting, they're still thinking. Dash will be the first to be at the receiving end, and they're throwing everything at them except Kitchen Insane. At this point, Nito's going in with the Bravest Warrior, Bravest Fighter here, but still they cannot really find the damage necessary to take down. Dash, Paulina onto the backline going for the knockups as well as the Infernal Pursuit, but the airstrike will drop down. Paulina to his slumber, and with this victory, they're going for a re-engage. They want to chase down the members of Team Armageddon Esports. A good time offended connects onto his 2 Swen. Does not find that escape, and with this, Kia will be just dashing in and out, dealing a lot of damage. But again, you can score in with a kill, but he will be falling to Josie, taking enough damage. But Ito is really low, will be falling, and now it's Josie against the wall. And that's La Vista. Armageddon Esports will be losing this one, and Vintage Victory will be clearing this game out.
Definitely important victory, Vintage Victory. That was game number 1. They'll be able to skill out Bangladesh with the signature fighter into the gold lane side, able to win it out. That was definitely a brawl that we are seeing here and there. Every analysis nightmare. Yeah, that was there was a brawl everywhere, and of course whenever there is a brawl, you want to stay into the brawl for a long time so that they'll be able to win it out. Just clear it out, minions, just be there on a perfect position, and that's exactly what they can do right there. MVP of the match, Mr. KIA Kia. It's gonna be the Lancelot, man. Full damage build onto that Lancelot. That is the confidence that you want when you play a Lancelot. Who said that the Hunter Strike is not okay? It's an okay build in this even in this meta if you can play it in this manner. And they did lose onto the mid part a little bit, but hey, that was a good comeback. Whenever they try to stay into the defense, this guy is the one who changes out all of the paces of the game. And I feel like now, I think Vintage Victory they have a lot of gold onto their hands because whenever there is a team fight, actually Megan and War are the one who are trying to go for the fights onto the objective and then get the items in and get the objective and go for the turrets. But then again, Vin takes it to it like, yeah, nah, we won't let that happen to you because they are going all in, and when they did out the damages and clear it out too, they usually go for the goal build and get the objective that they want when the fight is in. Looking at the head-to-head, the gold laners both onto the fighter, but I feel like this time around Ito did a little bit more than Kadera, but Kadera did what he should into the team fights.
I agree, but I think stopping Kia was the main objective for Armageddon Esports. They were taking way too many fights. Like every second that we look at, there was one or the other fight, right? And if you take that many fights, it's gonna be a problem. But once again, I think props goes to Soreen for giving all the damage with the feather airstrike, because every time they were trying to mark in, the AOG was connecting certain times, the other time it wasn't, to the point that he was completely unmarked, because the only two people that could have reached him were either it was Twin Flame or Josie, and neither of them were able to mark him a lot of times. So I would say at certain cases, few of the engages were kind of questionable, because he was not getting what he was looking for. But still, at the very end, that Way of the Dragon was really beautiful to watch. The flicker one onto his Josie, that sealed the deal for Team Vintage Victory.
This is why the toe is important for the important pickoff, but most of the time I feel like Armageddon also did a really good job into the ways that they were playing, but I feel like it is Kia who chains out a lot, because here also for the XP laners, Paulina was always surviving in a little bit of an HP, and that is gonna be because of the Infinite Pursuit, and that was the only win that they were able to find across the board, and that also made them stay into the team fights for a long while. But hey, we were talking about Kia, so we'll be seeing Kia go permanent. That's definitely going to be into the jungle side. 955 gold. That's what we don't usually see onto the jungle. There is a norm for the gold laner, not the jungle, man. Come on. But he also is going to be having damage, because I feel like at one point also he was able to burst down Ito onto the Lapu Lapu, and he was on the blood Queen Switch.
I'll tell one thing, okay. I know like Kia will be there in the next game, but about the Lancelot, I don't think so. Like I think it will be in the banning section more likely. Because if you're looking at this game, 955 gold is a lot per minute, isn't it? It's like one of those goal lead that will kind of go for. Oh, Debbie, you're yawning very loudly. We can see that. It's okay, Debbie. It's okay. I get it. It's okay, Debbie. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry. I would yawn for you a little bit later. But hey, you know what? Say 955 gold in a game is really, really high, because of the fact that you're talking about a jungler, and if he is able to snowball this hard in a game, the Lancelot is already a easy game for the side of Team Vintage Victory, because he was able to go into the backline and there was no one to stop him, because the side of Armageddon Esports, they were more keen onto was instigating the team fight. They never really thought he was going to protect the Kimi, and that kind of kept him at a point where he had to just escape those dashes with the help of a Purify. How do you do that?
That's exactly, and I feel like the Purify wasn't that necessary. He could have actually gone for the flicker if that was because in certain scenarios when you are against a Lancelot and a crowd control, you might wanna opt for the flicker rather than the Purify, because there's no way for you to escape a Lancelot when he dives into your minions, and that's exactly what Kia was doing on this win time and again. And I don't think Twin Flame was there onto the rightful places to try to protect our Swain also. That's why the gut thought and the combination kind of comes down to how much the player are well in sync with each other, and I don't feel that synergy coming through from Armageddon there, but they could have really worked it out just a little bit. But the thing is, you know what, I feel like this time around Armageddon should put Ito into something like a carry into the gold lane side and play a utility into the jungle, and go for the the usual utility onto the other lane, then go lane marksman or even the Harris onto the gold lane side. That's where they are able to shine better.
I mean, I was expecting the Lapu Lapu to be onto the EXP a lot more, because we did talk about it onto with Paulina, right? We didn't talk about that hero for Ito. So I was like, I also like the very first question that I asked you for these two teams were like, are we expecting a typical goal laner or something that is a standard laning heroes for the side of team like in esports, or are we going to see double fighter as well from their end? And it just happened to be a double fighter. I think for the Hayabusa, I did not get the snowball hard as he was thinking he would, and also a main problem for Armageddon Esports was like not really securing a proper safety for the backline. So every time Sven was able to deal the damage, he was at a vulnerable position where he can just get marked from multiple. Yes, he had what's good a Purify against the Lancelot. I'll say the same thing was again. At the same time, the main problem was not even the Lancelot certain. It was more like the Farsa's cover up so much distance. Polina, he was doing the best he could with the obvious. He was going in. He was just using the Infernal Pursuit with the Demonic Force, but there was nobody to actually transition that. The damage was really late. By the time he was already taken down, then the rest of the team was trying to come in, but they were kind of conflicted, like whether we defend the backline or whether we go and engage with the frontliners. So I think that kind of created a moment of hesitation, which Kia completely took advantage of. Like he just decimated the backline.
That's why you want to play the Lancelot here. First pick, by the way, full damage, by the way, and not to the here, by the way. But I feel like, Armageddon is a team that really aren't used to the right now meta here. So fighter meta into the gold lane side because they usually play for the carry into the marksman into the gold lane side. So it's okay to stick to the rule, combination, because they could actually work it out, because I feel like Josie is more well versed onto the utility rather than the assassins. But the fact that Kia is, have been actively playing the assassins, you cannot really pick up the utility just by chance. So you have to be very careful calculating onto the draft as well. So that is something that they should focus on. And the fact that, even Kadera is versed onto the fighter jungle rather than a fighter MMs and be the supporting role rather than the carry, that is also the reason why Kia also signed a lot, because they were playing for Kia, and even the Persa was mainly damage dealer and the zoner. That was actually something that you want to do when you are in a team like this with that good amount of synergy.
I do agree with you on that, and I would also give prop to Kadera because those I'm offended were really good. We didn't get to see it that big of a playmaking, but it was enough to burn up those flickers, those dashes, which was really necessary for Kia to actually be active. So I think it all comes down to how the team enables the rest of the members or the heroes that are there. So the synergy, like you mentioned, needs to be really there for Armageddon Esports as well, because if the roamer is always thinking whether he should protect the backline or whether he should engage there, that is going to be a very big problem for your lineup, because you're always hesitant for those gameplays, for those plays, and if you're hesitant, then you automatically play passive, and if you're playing passive, then there's so much advantage for the other team, because they will invade your jungle, second they will just pressure you into submitting your structures around the map, and third they will deny you the gold you need, because they'll start freezing the lane, they'll start taking away the neutral objectives. All those things kind of matters.
Exactly. That is the reason why you wanna have to on this one. But hey, Armageddon, they have the first pick right now, so they can make use of this factor. But they always ban away the Jushin, man. Even when they used to play with Ryota, they used to ban out the Jushin, even if they are into the red side or the blue side, because this is a hero that they really don't want to play. And most of the time, they usually put Josie into the utility too. So that also has to be the reason why they are going for a consistent ban onto the Grog too. And yeah, Hayabusa is what they're gonna be remembering. Using out, but Lapu Lapu. The one thing I do notice about Vintage Victory is that no matter they will always ban out the Fredrin, no matter what.
I'll give it to you. I think the Fredrin with the recent patch, it was a scrim between India versus Nepal. Okay, the Hora Esports versus RNTX. I was watching. So out there, I saw this combination of this Fredrin plus Mathilda. Okay, and all Fredrin was doing, he was taking the damage beforehand, and Mathilda was just using the guiding wind going in. He was just using the those Appraiser's Rat, and boom, enemies are just disappearing. That was the main combo, right? And you cannot do nothing about the damage. It's like so unexpected. You will not even think, the Fredrin just comes in and just one-shot you. And that thing happens. I think this is something that you would want to avoid going into this game. Because the small combos that these teams are coming with, I think those are really lethal. And I think Vintage Victory, they something of that sort. And they have faced this prior to this game. So that's why they are, trying to avoid such situations for themselves.
And I also feel like there's something, because he don't play the utility, he wanna play out the assassin, so why not? Why not? But hey, look
Exactly.
at that, they're chasing up the draft actually. The Kimi right now is on the side of Vintage Victory. Okay, Lunox Kalea combination. There's also something I like about Armageddon is that they usually are they don't overthink. They go for instinct, directly back to the point, straight to the point. It may be advantages, but it may be their downfall too. And that's why they are unpredictable. But nevertheless, with this victory though, they usually are thinking about their drop, right? They usually go and be like, if this is not good here, we're not gonna be using it. But you know what's good? It's gonna be the Hilda and the Kimi here. Kimi will need something of a frontliner, not just the Hilda. So they should play.
Debbie, a quick question. Sorry to stop you. A quick question though. But do you think like this is a bit greedy lineup already from the side of Team Armageddon? Like Lunox plus the Lancelot.
This is their signature greediness.
Because if you think about it, right? The Lunox requires the items, and he's going for the kills, right? He will build up the Sky Piercer 1, so he will try to secure the kills, and Lancelot 2 will depend on the kills, right? So like, who is getting more kills? Like they're trying to put more kill pressure on the map, rather than just heavily trying to give it to one person so he can actually hyper carry the team. So because of that, they will also let go of the CC. So is it really a good call though?
CC can be gold here, so they can play the assassin into the jungle yet again and play the ruby onto the marksman side. So marksman gold lane side. So Armageddon just ban away the ruby at this point.
They're banning of the jungle so far. I think banning of the jungle might be necessary. Like you mentioned for Gia, he might just like to go for this assassins, just double locking onto this assassin a lot more. And apart from this, I think the Sia can still come through this draft if they want to, side of Team Vintage Victory, because they already have the CC that can deal good damage if you're putting him onto the gold lane. If you go for more damage at this point, I don't think so. How does that work? Because they, like you mentioned, they need more frontliners, right? Both the teams need the frontliner. I think a utility jungler might be the best one for the side of Team Vintage Victory. But then again, I cannot really guarantee that the Baxia will work against the Lunox as well as that well though.
Yeah, they just need to. Oh wait, actually, Vintage could have been good if Armageddon were the one banning in a way, but they are banning out the Granger instead. So they look like Armageddon. If they go for a marksman into the goal side, that's gonna be too greedy at that point. Vintage, they can pick up the Hylos. Oh, they actually went for the Elise. So the Elise, dare I say, is still gonna be in. Like, it would be better if they go into the XP side.
This world desperately needs.
So
XP?
XP most likely, because I don't see the benefits of putting him onto the gold lane, and against the CC, I don't think so. The Yuzhong is the best matchup that he would like to go for. I think still for the gold lane they can go for something maybe more damage, maybe the Benedetta, because the Granger is banned. The Granger could have been a good hero against this one, but it is no more in the picture, of course. Apart from that, what other hero do you reckon that they can go for? Because again, mind you, this is a dangerous grass map, so the invades are gonna, not the invades, but those those ambushes are gonna be a lot more
Oh,
crazy.
I was about to say the Brody, man. The Brody.
Crazy.
Because Ito is the only dude who will be greedy enough to play the Brody in this kind of meta.
This is very greedy lineup. Like honestly, this is a very greedy lineup from Armageddon. Like they're trying to put so much resources on 3 members, and it's gonna take so much time for each of them to actually come online unless they are winning this game super hard.
Exactly, they need to win the early game super hard. And yeah, last pick.
What's her command?
Still called a call of. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
We're talking about Kia onto the assassins. Come on, these two will not disappoint us, man. W Kia in the chat. I mean, that's what's true. But by the way, Benny, for the first time in this tournament, we'll be seeing it into the hands of Vintage Victory. So good counter, but still a good peel from the Brody here. But against the Kalea too, that will be a little bit risky. But I'm all in for assassin lineups in real.
Absolutely, and I do like this. Again, they have counters available for the Fanny as well, like you mentioned, but still, it's a high risk and high risk, high reward draft side of Team Vintage Victory are going. But if you're not, they already have one game secured, so it's still their match point. Armageddon, they might have to win this one to actually force a game number 3, that is. But both the sides, they are actually going for a bit of a greedy lineup, I would say. Like they need the onto both Kimi as well as the Fanny. Same for Armageddon Esports, they need the kills on towards the Lunox as well as the Lancelot. So I think we are in for a treat. More brawly fights that might just about to happen.
Everything is about brawl in this meta. Fanny does find success when there is a brawl, but you know, there's still always gonna be a viable option to go for the split post potential. But nevertheless, there we go, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn we move. AGA2 International that you are witnessing game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Armageddon and a team of Vintage of Victory. This is the second game of Vintage Victory with the match point. So let's see how Armageddon will be able to come back, or will this be a clean sweep?
It's important for Armageddon to actually win this one. Josie this time will be stealing away the Lancelot from the hands of so we'll see how he can actually use this hero. But yeah, actually pulled up a very risky hero, I would say, in this meta. But again, Paulina is really low early on, level 1 will be punished. Oh my goodness, this is already a good start for Vintage Victory. But again, Hercules might have to burn the flicker already. And wait, he's actually on a flicker. Is he? Yeah, he's on a flicker, so he has to burn that up. But still, again, Kia wants to go in, takes down Swen, but he's HP level 2 still. Okay, here comes the dive from the Kalea. That is gonna be Twin Flame, but still both the teams, they're trying to just, you know, slowly but surely get their level 4. But at the same time, I would say pressure is gonna be more from Annie in the early game, at least until the Lancelot gets the level 4.
Exactly, so the Lancelot needs to be fanning out. Yeah, when you play against a hero like the Yuzhong, you want to take him out as early as possible, that you'll be able to have a good momentum at the start of objective 2. But you know what? A good scaling for the side of Armageddon here. Engage.
Oh, Swen is really low, trying to survive with the heat. For how long is the question, but he will get taken down before that takes one down. And Soreen will be falling. Twin Flame will be picking up one more kill, but Fanny Kia comes in and clears the floor.
But still, when you have a Fanny at your side, you do not really need a winning mid laner or whatever lane it is going to be, depending it's going to be something on. But they do understand that they were losing onto the mid lane side, so the Fanny will be able to play to the mid side. But Josie, look at that!
Oh, he's trying to secure the turtle, but will he be finding it? So yes, he will. But the Black Dragon has joined the fight. Twin Flame will log on onto Kia, take him down, and now there will be a re-engage. Swen will take down Hercules. The punishment is already available. The Tsunami Slam locking down Dash. He cannot escape, but same for Twin Flame. Herrera will be taking him down. Paulina will be falling in the hands of Serene, and now Joe is trying to dash in and out, but he is out of the dashes. Will use the Thorn Rose, but I think that's the end of the road for him. And now comes Etho out of nowhere, and he will take down Serene, but the damage will not be enough. Torn apart memory did come through, but not enough to take down Kadera. He survived still.
Yeah, that was what the vulnerability next time, but hey, the blue buff will be taken away! Kia! Trading his life for the blue buff. Well, that was something that he really wanted to do, but that's right here. I think they were so messy because there was also a point where they were able to win it out for Armageddon, but then again they re-engaged. Taking down Josie was actually a good compensation for the side of Vintage Victory, and they were able to perform so well under that too. You know, and the fact that they were able to, take out the blue buff, even though Kia loses his life, I think it's still gonna be, giving them a little bit of an option to play around it because he has his own blue buff. His death doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I think at the same time he's actually in lead of the farm department because he's really farming quickly, right? And you can see already, like, what? It's level 6 still, and so is Josie. So I think they're kind of farming the same, but Kadera will have that advantage in the laning phase. You can already see the level lead on towards him. So, in a way, I think the Fanny is still active, but there is punishment available from the side of Team Armageddon, so which is a good thing. You cannot really, go for that heavy snowball.
That is why it's kind of stopping out everything to happen here at one point and just being building upon, but bottom lane though.
Oh, Paulina is getting everything head on and able to use the Black Dragon to get out, but will leave that turret completely unattended, and the side of Team Vintage Victory will be more than happy to pick up that gold shield off the turret. As you can see, Dash is trying to stop them from getting any more advanced. Hercules will be going in, but he's taking a lot of damage, gets a knock-up, Tsunami Slam under the turret. Release to be used from Swen, but he's just trying to survive. Here comes Josie with the dash in and out, but he's still not enough to take anyone down. Hercules still able to recall, and everyone holds on to their dear life. And the turtle, I think this should be in the hands of Team Vintage Victory without much trouble because they have more people around the pit. And even Kia is not there. He should be getting there. No, Kader actually picks it up.
Actually, think about Megadon what and I said. Play for the late game still, so it's definitely going to be okay, but they have to start on the snowball potato that can come through from the side of Vintage Victory. But hey, mid lane though.
Oh my goodness, I think that's Wade. Oh, what? Bot lane, the Polina takes down Kia. Like, we do that, the Petrify combo. But it's a 1-for-1 trade nevertheless, but I think Team Armageddon and Esports, they definitely got the better one, and at the same time, so we'll be pushing on the top lane, so I think they're looking good compared to the last game or the early game. Oh nah, Hercules, he cannot find an escape from that though.
I think it's gonna be a free farm into onto the team here, and he's able to find good places to try to get all those items upon, so they have to really wait it out. Twin Flame might be getting chunked down quite low, zone away from the boost right there. With the mid lane inhibited, mid lane turret gone, I think it's definitely gonna be favoring Vintage Victory onto the boosters and the map steal, and so Armageddon, they need to play a little bit passive, but you know what, Brody? Ito on to the other hand, you already got a malefic gun, so engage!
Tsunami Slam locks down once again, but that goes in. Gets a massive set, but this time Josie does have the damage, but not enough to take on Hercules. He's taking each and every skill head on, but again you can see the damage onto the back line. Lina still trying to go for the Black Dragon. Damage out, the rescue will not be coming anytime soon, and he will be the casualty of the team fight. With this, the frontliner is down, and now Josie is kind of out of the positioning. He will be getting locked in by 3 or 4 members, but meanwhile Etho will be getting taken down 1v1 on the bot lane, and this will put more pressure as the Brilliance out, but Josie is still low. 1-for-1 trade this time. Yes, Kadera will take down one, but Gwen will find Dash. With this, Armageddon Esports is still trying to survive. Kadera takes down Twin Flame, and Brilliance comes in, but not enough to take down Hercules, but triple kill will be secured by Kadera. And Vintage Victory, they're definitely winning out on this team fight.
Yeah, every lane they have pressure on, they will be finding kills, and that is still all onto the lead for the side of Vintage Victory. If Ito was there when it could have been a very, very different choices for Armageddon, but then again, Kia, you know what, he was like, yeah, you really want to play onto the side lanes, right? But you really cannot do it because I am there with the wings. So that's exactly what Kia is saying. So this dude will be able to stop any kind of speed potential that Armageddon really wanted to do, so they have to stay to be as far as possible, but look at that engage though.
Oh, once again, the turtle contest is here. Who's gonna get it? It's 50-50 still. Kadera though takes down Twin Flame. The turtle gets reset, but it's still in the hands of Josie. But Soreen falling, but Josie will pick up the turtle still, and this is still a 50-50. No more. Josie takes down one more, but Kadera still triple this round. As looking for a maniac under the turret, but can he find it? Oh, going in. He will take down one more. Now Josie is only the obstacle. Side of Team Vintage Victory has is still trying to dash in and out. He's out of, still goes out. No! Savage secure a Team Vintage Victory. They're soaring high in the air.
ignoring and safe name. They have the vintage victory here. This is definitely gonna be in favor for their side right now. And Megan, they are so behind onto the goal, onto the map pressure, onto the objective as well as the items too. This is definitely not gonna be helping their cases. And Savage into the hands of a CC who is very well farmed. I think that's definitely something that they really do not want to see. And you know, the fact that I was talking about Sadera being the supportive role into the fighters, never mind, look at that!
Engaged by the Tsunami Slam, locking down Kia, and he is taken down this time. The Black Dragon is still soaring around, but is trying to lock down onto his Hercules, but he has a lot of damage. It's with Soreen, but still able to heal back up again. There will be dash going in, finds the immobilize, but no more fall-up damage coming through from the side of Team Victory, and they're going for a disengage. But you know, Debbie, we were talking about who's gonna deal more damage. We never expected Kadera to be the one doing that this heavily, isn't it?
You know, I was actually talking about him being the play out the movie and try to go for the sets rather than the damage. Oh, man! Mr. Kadera, let me glaze you for a second.
We should not glaze. We should not glaze.
Oh my goodness! Give me time to glaze, man. But hey, that was a good kill for the side of Ito here. He will be able to get the goal that he required. But hey, it's still gonna be a little bit of a momentum coming through. And the once I'm gonna engage Hercules with the War X, man. It's not a War X, right? Yeah, it's an X. Hercules with the X Steelers trying to run around. Look at that.
Guy, again 1v1 against Josie, is out of energy this time, still trying to cable out, but one more not gonna be enough. But now Josie is out of skill. Can he dash out? Does not have puncture anymore. No more. Out of the picture, so this time Hercules will take him down, but the Lord is gonna be open for Vintage Victory. No more Josie means the side of Team Vintage Victory will have the advantage. They're not really, leaving any place for Team Armageddon to actually get a vision of it. So I think should be getting freely, isn't it? Because there's still time for Josie to be back on map.
Right now because they don't really have a jungle, and you know the fact that I always joke about Josie Retribution being a very inaccurate, it will be costing them quite a lot. But hey, the law is already up right now, and I'm making it now in a very dire position.
Okay, now again Kia with a triple kill under the turret. He's going for more, but oh no, Soreen will be picking up the double. No more Savage again for the jungler.
Oh man. There was a shutdown, a wipeout coming through from the side of a Vintage Victory. Already taken down, the Lord is also marching up onto the top lane. Armageddon are already up here and running. They want to defend this. Will they be able to do so? It is the question here this time around. But still, they might eventually try to defend it out because they do have a link player is going to defend the booty and the Winston as well. But hey, it's still gonna be a pressure coming to the side of Vintage Victory. They are wanting to go for it more. The inhibitor already gone and they have been engaged.
Yeah, they're still waiting for it. They're still looking for it. Vintage Victory, they're being careful. The Lord does get cleared out. The inhibitors are still standing, but no more minions, meaning that they can be punished this time. Yes, Twin Flame gets taken down. Hercules is the one who will find him. Double being the roamer of the team. Mind you that he's not the damage dealer, but again, Black Dragon in. Paulina wants to go in, but he does not have the team to support him out for that one. And Josie will try his best to clear out the way, but he cannot do that one more clearance that he was looking for. But still, they will be losing out the inhibitor. And now, side of Team Vintage Victory, they're looking to end this game. They have the waves, just few more minions. But can Armageddon Esports clear it out? Yes, they can. But what about the rest of the minion waves that are coming through? And the bot lane inhibitor will be falling too. And now 5v4 situation coming in. 5v5 this time again. Kia wants to go in with the cables, but still not enough to take anybody down. And Twin Flame will be falling. So Rain picks up one more kill. The immortality will be lost for her. Still is trying to survive, but no, Ito will find a shutdown. He finds himself a double. And Armageddon Esports, they will be able to defend their base for this push the side of the Vintage Victory were going for.
Yeah, that was a good defense coming through from the side of Armageddon. They were actually... I feel like it's still more into the side of Vintage Victory that they were able to defend it because you cannot really defend this out when you have a low onto your favor and a good damage dealer onto the bases as well. But hey, it's still definitely good for Armageddon right now. They can still have a breathing time. They can play out to the long lanes, and I feel like it has to be Josie rather than Ito who should go into the long lanes because he got the damages. He is actually going for a brute force, so he won't be getting soloed anytime soon by Kia too, so that can also be an option for them. And the fact that Swain already got his items, he's gonna be needing at least the Holy Crystal so that they will be able to get out the damage and the combination coming through from the Kalea and the Linox. Unless they are able to do that, it's still gonna be stuck in here. But on to the other hand though, we do have Kadera with the damages, and they will be able... Oh, engage though.
Oh, not Polina, actually it's gonna be Ito taking down Hercules again, planning to win. Polina is really low and now down, taking him into a slumber. But Serene will find a kill and now it's 3v4 situation, I would say. And the Silent Team Vintage victory, they're still looking for more. They're trying to end this game. They have the waves. Team Armageddon Esports, they need to clear it out before they run out of time, before they run out of more members, more minions, and Armageddon Esports, they're trying their best to clear it out while taking the damage, while trying to clean out the members from Introspect victory, but still the Winter Crown will be saving him for a lot longer, and Kadera able to get that switch, but the Lord is here, now the base will be wide open, Ito falls, the hands of Serene, unstoppable for him, and Team Vintage victory will be securing their victory for this series, and 2-0 against Armageddon Esports.
Bangladesh with another sweep coming through, coming out on top. Vintage victory with a clean assassination coming as well, and that was definitely one of the cleanest game that we have seen so far. Basic discipline, which normally you wouldn't really see here, but that was amazingly well done. MVP of the match has to be Kia, right? No, it's gonna Kadera, yeah, definitely.
Yo, put some respect on the man who got the savage, man. Some respect on the man who got the savage.
Yeah. Okay, the first savage of the season. Come on, man. It's Kadera, the gold laner with the CC. Sorry for saying you were more into the support roles and the setter roller rather than the damages, but man, oh man, that was a good CC game that we witnessed.
Absolutely. I mean, he was there to prove a fact that even with CCs equally threatening into the goal lane, and I would tell you, I'll give it to him. I've not seen a CC being played this aggressively in a tournament. Like, the ones that casted so far, I think this was the most aggressive CC that I've seen in a game, to the point that he was going under the turret all by himself. Like, not even like with his team, right? He was going in for the Maniac. He's going in for the triple kills, double kills, and everything, and while still walking out with his life intact. So I think W already for him, 14, 2, and 8. Like, what more do you need from your goal laner?
I mean, it's still very good that he was able to have a good lead, but Ito also not behind. If he had a little bit of a spacing, right, it could have really worked out. But Kadera already have a lot of damages on his kit. He went for the Hunter's Strike too. But in comparison, onto the jungle here, yet again, 6-7-8, not the best KDA for Kia, but it is one of the best KDA for Josie. Yeah, I said that. And then that might eventually be the main damage that he was actually beating out.
Let's just say neither of the jungler worked in this game. Like, they were completely topped in their track because of the CC that were available, right? But it was always I think the mid laner as well as the goal laner shining in this by far.
Mid laner and goal laner. This meta is all about the mid laner and goal laner. But hey, when you have a mid lane who scales a lot, they are gonna be having out the damages too. But Serene getting taken down all the time definitely wasn't the best option that they could really find for. And the combination cannot really come up with the Kalea too. But I feel like they didn't really have a little bit of a comeback. But then again, there's always a tempo breaker from Kia that always made them lose it out onto the perfect synergy that Armageddon have onto their mind too. And I feel like the Dragon was really good here for Polina. But then again, when you compare to the Dragon into the lane, the LD really worked out because it can match up the freak of the Dragon here. So yeah, they usually go for a mirror engage when you have at least onto your side. So let's see the goal per minute for Mr. Kadera. He's rich, man.
He's rich, like 100 goal less though compared to Kia from the last game. But
Yeah,
still,
yeah.
that's but this is what we actually expect. I think that was a very exceptional performance from Kia in the last game. But this is normally how it should be for most of the goal
Exactly.
laner. They should be the one getting the most highest goal per minute. But Spreen being the the silent carry of the team, he was dealing out the damage, but it was like a slow death. You do not get to see the damage out in the open. It's not like an instantaneous damage. It's like it slowly burns you to the point that by the time you notice it, you're already dead. But gotta give it to I would say Dash for being the frontliner. Man was doing a lot
Oh,
with those immobilizers, and even for Twin Flame, he was trying to set up, but I think his team was not really able to get the position where they could have punished members being locked in by him.
I feel like Twin Flames innovation or initiation has been on point, but yeah, like you said, the follow-up damages weren't just there for Armageddon. They could play, pick off heroes are very faster, to be honest, because you usually have to have a good synergy together and try to go for the damage directly so that you'll not be taken down anytime soon. And whatever you engage upon, there's definitely going to be something under the top. But let's see how the group is going to be looking like. From Nepal will be up onto the number 1 spot here, followed by Sacred Shrine for Group A. Rice Kill Outside will be followed up again. But onto the Group B though, I think it's gonna be Vintage. Oh wait,
That
okay.
was their first
Armageddon
victory,
still.
actually.
Yeah, I think yeah. That
Oh
was
wait!
actually.
It switched. It switched. Vintage Victory is actually number 1 in their group. They have 3
Alright,
victories.
there we go.
There we go.
That's
Yeah.
that there we go.
I mean,
The Rice is there, but
I
Armageddon
was kind.
lost out 3.
I would have been surprised too, looking at this because the way they played, I don't think so. They deserve to be losing that many games. So, seeing them at the first spot kind of, reassures me that they're actually doing pretty good.
Exactly. That's what you want to do here, man. But yeah, I think the groups are definitely set in, and Secret Shrine is still clean, but the most clean has to be Larry. Vintage, they did lose out onto the one already. Oh wait, Secret Shrine still haven't played the game yet, so it's okay. Onyx Paradox, yeah, I think Onyx Paradox and Vintage victory went against each other, and Vintage lose out that game. But they did took one game against Onyx, so now that they have the clean sweep, they will be able to have the first one.
Yeah, I mean, there's still time for this, entire groups to be reshuffled with more games happening in the future, of course. So it's still very early to judge. Yeah, this is the current standing of the groups, of course. Right now, both Larry Sacred Shrine, Vintage Victory, and Onyx Paradox, they are leading, but this can shift in the future because you can see the points are very close for a lot of these teams, right? Except for Larry, they have 5 points in. Sacred Shrine, they're yet to play more games, so it can still be Rise, Kill, Outshine, changing the fixture or changing not the fixture but changing the standing in the group. And same can be said for Group B. I think Group B is the closest ones by far. Like,
yeah,
if you take a look at it, right?
exactly.
Group A is kind of a bit dominant from both those teams, but I think in the future we might just see some shift for sure. But Group B is like, I think it's a group of the death because every team almost having equally 2 or only one has 3 points because they've played 3 games, but the rest of the teams, all which have played 2 games, they have 2 points each. So this is looking really close for these teams.
Exactly. That's how we're gonna be showing out the Swiss after every match, the tables and the standing for both of the groups here so far. So we have it set, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are ready for game number 3. Another best of 3 series we'll be coming back to. But before that, we'll be taking a little bit of a break so that we will have all the timings to get ready on time. And yep, stay tuned for that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back soon.
Well, make a start is the word of the night, and we are here starting it off again. Welcome back to True International, ladies and gentlemen. This is the saga, the South Asian. I forgot what the G and the A stands for. Don't kick me out for that, of course. Grand Arena. See, I just get in my visions now, so all the prophecies are coming true, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we'll be moving in for the last game of the night. One more best of 3 series between two amazing teams, one from Bangladesh and the other one from India. Sacred Shine going against VR Bot. This might be the round number 2, like India versus Bangladesh part 2 that we just faced, Hades. So we have to take the action forward from here on. So are you excited for this matchup though?
Yep, indeed, I'm excited for this match. This is my first time casting for True Internationals. Yep, and it is going to be an interesting match. I've seen Sacred Shine and We Are Bot both playing, and they are they're really good. Both We Are Bot, though I think they lost the first match up against Raiskila Outshine, but it was very close. It was a 2-1 defeat, whereas Sacred Shine, they just clean swept MS Hyper Reborn, I guess. Yeah, from Sri Lanka. So it is going to be an important match.
I saw the table once. So I think Sacred Shine is the only team that have been undefeated by far. Like, they have played 2 games and they have won both. So they are having win rate without losing a single game thus far. So I think that kind of speaks a lot about themselves. And if we just talk about the history of their team, they have been almost 7-0 in the past tournaments that they have played in. They have been the champion of a lot of tournaments. So I think their reputation really precedes them, but the same could be said for the rest of the team. Like, they are here for a reason. They are representing their countries for a reason. So we cannot take them lightly. The last matchup that happened between Vintage Victory versus Armageddon Esports, Vintage Victory from Bangladesh, they won, and now the second team from Bangladesh are here. Let's see if they can actually continue the streak, or will Sacred Shine emerge as the victorious team in this one. So we're just a few seconds away from the draft to be started, but at the same time, what are you expecting to see in this game? Like, are you expecting double fighter combo, or are you expecting the very traditional drafting that we look at most of the games?
For me, I think for me, like, the drafting phase, for me it's like more of a traditional marksman, because those games, it's just fun to watch because we never know what happens in the late game. Whereas for the fighter combos, it's just full brawl between the two teams, and it's just the draft, who has the better draft. Like, the fighters, they are like counter plays are there for each fighters because they have their weaknesses, and yeah, we never know what happens in the game. But for marksmen, like traditional MMs, it is going to be a very interesting one because late games is just going to be full, heck of a team fight, a lot of damage, full shutdowns coming in, and we never know when the tide of the game turns. So it is going to be very interesting. But for now, yeah, let's jump into the draft. So we are bot banning out Khalid and Eason Shin from their side, and Sacred Shine they went with. So it was a Lancelot and a Joy coming out from Sacred Shine. So both the teams focusing more on that jungle side. So let's see, because I'm not sure how good the junglers are. So Shinryu, can you just let me know about the junglers from both the teams if you're aware of that?
At least for the side of Sacred Shine, I can give you a lot more information compared to VR bots. For Juan Satoru, he is the prodigy. Like, he has been the solo carry in a lot of games with the YSS, with the Eason Shin, and he has a lot more into his, I think, is in his hero pool as well. He can go for the Fanny, he can go for the Hayabusa, Lancelot. Even more, he can go for the utility as well. So he's very dynamic when it comes down to his game style, to his hero pool as well. And this game we will not seeing, I think it's gonna be Fate not playing this game. So it's gonna be actually Zevo, their manager, joining in this lineup. So I don't know how the role change will affect them. But apart from that, Bid as well as Juan Satoru are the real carry, whereas Art or Artorio in this case, as well as Romcom, they are the frontliners. They are like the ones who instigate those team fight. They're the one who actually provide those window of opportunity for the rest of the team to actually shine. And then for if you just take at the bans in general, I think Sacred Shrine, they have done their homework. Both the teams have done their homework, of course, but banning out those assassins means that even for the side of VR bot, they like to prioritize those assassins into the jungle a lot more than the utility. So let's see how they want to go for this drop, but the CC will be the first pick. Very flexible in this game, but to answer back, Sacred Shrine will go for the Kimmy.
Yep, indeed. CC is right now very flexible, very famous in this current meta as well. She can go for that EXP as well as the gold lane. So yep, we are bot. They are still, giving that giving that time for Sacred Shrine to think whether this CC will go for the gold lane or the EXP. But yeah, we can see Kimmy already being picked up by Sacred Shrine, and yep, as a mage, I think Kimmy is one of the best mage out here in this current patch because she can dish out a lot of damage. She has that, a role of initiation as well with the traction pulse coming in, and yeah, it is going to be a very interesting one. And here we have Lapu Lapu being picked as well. So Lapu, a very good frontliner in that EXP lane, is very, reliable. But yeah, Lapu can be played as a gold lane as well. So
True.
it is,
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
it is going to be a very fun,
which I was
good
made
one.
for.
Okay, Eve
Yeah.
being picked up. So we are seeing a lot of Eve being picked time and again, like starting from the first match, which was up against Ryskill Outshine and Nepal. It was from Nepal, yeah. I
Yeah,
forgot the
yeah,
name though.
It's okay, man. I think the popularity of the hero depends how well the team can actually play around them. A lot of the times we will be seeing heroes that are not really that popular but still being picked up by the team because of their comfort, right? I think a lot of the players, they like to prioritize their comfort as well, a lot more than going for the meta. But by far, I think Sacred Shrine, they're getting their comfort as well as the meta both secured because this Lapu Lapu as well as the Kimmy are the trademark heroes, and along with that, the Fanny too will be a lot of problem, creating a lot of problem for the side of Team VR bot, because if you take their lineup so far, the only crowd control that they will have, like a lock and a solid crowd control that I will be talking about, is gonna be the Unbreakable as well as the AOG, but both really, very great timing skills that requires, proper precision to connect on towards the Fanny, right? And given the mobility of the Fanny, it's so difficult to actually connect those in time to save your backline. So this Garud Kacha will have a lot of things to cover. One, he needs to engage. At the same time, he needs to peel for the backline, isn't it? So I think he has a lot on his plate. For now, VR bot, they need to get some heroes that can stop the Fanny on its track, kind of, punish them out. But what are the options, though, that is still available for VR bot to go for to counter this Fanny, you think?
Yep. As a jungler, like Sacred Shrine, they are doing really good with that ban because Fred and Hayabusa both are being banned out. And yeah, what's left for them? Because like almost every meta junglers are banned except for, what can we expect? There's the Suyo, which is not really a great counter for Fanny because he can dish out the damage, but there is no CC to control that Fanny. Her mobility is insane, and as you said, AOG and Unbreakable, it needs to be very precise, the timing should be very precise and perfect to land it on a Fanny. And come on, it is a Fanny from Prodigy
Satoru.
itself, so
Yes,
Juan
sir.
Satoru, it is the Prodigy himself. So let's see how it goes, because I'm really excited, because the way you said it, I'm I'm really excited for him to
I'll-
play this Fanny.
I'll just give it to you. You'll not be disappointed. Like I'm not trying to glaze him too much, because if he hears me out, then he'll be like, stop that. Okay, he'll be very embarrassed. But the thing is, he's actually really good. Like I mean, I'll just stop it here. I think that's enough glazing for tonight. So he let his skills prove it for this game, of course. But apart from that, the way Sacred Shrine are constructing or drafting this game is really interesting. If you look at it, they're also going for a damage Brody, meaning that they are taking away the one option that VR bot could have gone for to actually counter the Fanny, because the stun from the Brody can partially stop the Fanny on his track, but with the Fredden being banned off, with the Brody being taken away, now they are kind of out of option. The one thing they can do is still flex his Garud Kacha to the EXP lane, pick up a Kaja or a Franco most likely, but that will kind of make their mid lane very squishy, I would say. Their frontliner would be very squishy, but they still will have that, utility to actually, not utility, but that, crowd control to stop the Fanny, but no, they don't really care at this point. They will lock on to the, Guinevere, which will be a debut pick in this tournament, and let's see how will it work. But again, the Black Dragon 2 against the Lapu Lapu. What do you think about this laning matchup that they're going for, though?
Okay, so it is a Yuzhong up against a Lapu Lapu. It is kind of equal, but in the early phase of the game, I guess Yuzhong is kind of, dominant up against a Lapu, but in terms of objectives and all, it is going to be an equal matchup because Lapu with his CC immune, the bravest fighter, and Yuzhong along with that Black Dragon, they are going to cause a lot of trouble for both the junglers. But yeah, it is going to be, a pretty good matchup in the EXP. Whereas the gold lane, it is a CC. Okay, it is going to be a fighter up against a heavy damage dealer Brody out there. So yeah, let's see how it goes, because I don't think, I don't have any opinions, because right now I'm really new to this meta. Haven't been casting a lot, so
it's okay.
Yep, it's going to be a tough time for me to really analyze these games.
It's completely fine. We are not expecting something very hardcore from you already. But if we just talk about this matchups, at least from my end, I would say the Brody in the early game can dish out a very good amount of damage that can help him lane against the CC, right? He will not be completely zoned out in certain cases. Yes, he will get the poke, but he's able to poke back as well. And by the time he will get that level 4, so he does that torn apart memory, which will deal the damage with the HP loss. So we'll see how that will be played out, because it's Zevo playing this one, not the usual gold laner for their lineup. So it's the very different Sacred Shrine that we're looking at. But again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be heading into the Land of Dawn for this game number 1 in this third match of the night. This is between BR Bot from Bangladesh versus Sacred Shrine from India, going up against each other. So it's going to be really mattering which team actually wins it out. But talking about the mid duo, which one do you think actually fares better in this matchup? That is going to be the Eve versus the Kimi, and the Garud Kacha versus the Badang.
It seems really equal to me, but I think like Kimi and Badang got an upper hand because the damage. Okay, so we already seen what it is. Juan Saturo already with the first blood took a toad out there.
Yeah, I mean, I told you he's very lethal with those assassins, and we're talking about his comfort pick here. One of his comfort pick that he really likes to pull out into those, high risk, high reward gameplays. But sometimes we will most likely see him playing those very safer heroes. But talking about safe gameplay, that's not going to happen from the side of him. We are being forced into taking a fight, and now once again the Garud Kacha will be falling, and it seems like the CC is in trouble too. But again, you can see Bit kind of low on HP, and now it's actually not the Garud Kacha, it's actually the jungler being taken down. My bad on that, but still more kill pressure being added up. But up top, the Zevo just survives with a sliver of HP. With the flicker, could have been a big problem if she got taken down there.
It is Yuzhong in the gold side.
No? Wait, what? Okay, Yuzhong once again goes into the Petrify combo, but again, this time no flicker for Zevo. She's still trying to survive, still trying to hit while she's running away, and will survive. Okay, nice one Zevo out there, but one Saturo could have been in a problem as well with the turn. Oh no, good rotation from the side of VR Bot, and with that, the gold laner will be down. And now the total priority might just certainly get shifted to the side of team VR Bot. The RW will be dropped down, blocking down 2 members. Bait is really low. Can he find an escape? He's still trying to run, but oh no. The Destroyer will be getting taken down. Artoria picks up a kill, but the Lapu Lapu Romcom goes to the backline, takes down the CC, and with this 2 members down, Fan is really low. One Satura still trying to find escape. The Black Dragon was on its face, but still able to survive. Artoria trying to peel for his team and brought enough time for them to back out. Now the Black Dragon wants to go in against again. Romcom is losing his HP really quickly with the Shard residue, but still able to survive with the with the regen. But with this, not one Satura but Sacred Shrine able to just answer back the aggression with their own, and now will have the priority for this turtle team.
Yep, indeed. Sacred Shrine are doing really good, but hats off to Snile. He is really good out there with that Yuzhong AOG already being used, but Satoru gets the turtle out there. And Arthurio also gets taken down by Destroyer out there, and okay, Satoru is still going in. He gets Destroyer. Oh my god.
This is yeah, you see, right, the way he's playing the Fanny is like so aggressive from the get-go. And even though the side of team Sacred Shrine, they got the turtle, they were, you know, trying to force and engage as well. You can see already the replay in the map, right? The turtle secured from Satoru, the AOG dropped in and the members got zoned out, but Arturo kind of got locked in with the spatial migration as well as the Wild Requiem combo. But still, Satoru was not shy enough. He went in for that 1v1, took down the kill, still walked away with his life intact. So that's the amount of pressure this Fanny can exert in the game.
And I think I just saw Fanny building up in Sky Piercer very early. Even Gimme is out there with an Sky Piercer, so I think they are going to share. And they are fully confident with the okay. It is a killing spree for Shaniel, but Shaniel, as I said, he is doing really good out there in the gold side, giving a lot of pressure to Brody out there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were talking about this matchup as well. We were expecting the CC to be there on the goal end, but meanwhile, again, Arturo with an engage on towards Red Hair Shanks. He falls down. Nothing that the Kacha can do in this scenario. And with this, the side of team Sacred Shrine, they're able to put some kill pressure of their own. The scoreboard right now looks at 5-4-6. But again, back to what I was saying, the matchup that we were talking about, the CC being onto the goal and is completely not going to be there. But CC, once again, talking about her, she might get locked in. The Vengeance is out there. Still survives. The AOG will be dropped down, locking onto his Arturio, but no follow-up from the side of Team VR bots. So they will go for a disengage, but again, the turtle will be up really soon. No AOG from this Garud Kacha. Again, Red Hair Shank might be in trouble. Satoru wants to go for the assassination, but he's not getting that angle yet. Does not really want to pursue that further. But still, you can see the pressure already, the setup being built up from the side of Team Sacred Shrine is evident in this game, and VR bot need to respect that, need to back off. Find a window to go in, because Destroyer can just go in and steal the turtle pretty easily, but the timing has to be impeccable. And at this point, the zone out is too great from the side of Team Sacred Shrine. But again, you can see the Garud Kacha going in, and the turtle gets reset at this time though. I think it's really overextended. Does not have the AOG, and Sir Demon Flex will be falling this time. The traction pulse does not really connect, but Arturi with the flanker goes in, but cannot find that range to lock down onto his Red Hair Shank. But again, the turtle back to business from the side of Team Sacred Shrine will be taken down, but still bot lane, they're not done yet. Destroyer able to get out with the skills properly with his life intact, but we are bot, they're losing out on a lot of the objective takes. But again, Romcom going in onto the mid lane, 1v3, he's going under the turret, does not really care, still takes down Red Hair Shank, but it will be falling too. And with this, Sacred Shrine, they're all about fights, they do not care about too much of, you know, analysis that we can do about this game here, Hades.
Yep, indeed. I think I have less job to do out here, because they are all around the map and they are always looking for the team fight. And here, I think Romcom was just too greedy out there to go in, but still then he managed to kill Red Hair Shanks, and that's, yep, you know, a pretty good trade-off though.
I mean, again, you can see, right, the more pressure they build onto the members, the more skills, the more spells, and the more resources they will be baiting out. Again, the Black Dragon with the AOG will be dropping down, but it's just good for zoning there. Brisbane combo will be out there, but bit falls this time in the hands of the Black Dragon, but still the side of Team Sacred Shrine, they do not want to stop. Satoru with the assassination, they're looking for more Romcom takedown. So Demon Flex, and now onto the topping block will be Destroyer, but before that he takes on Arturio, looking for more, but he will be falling in the hands of Zev. But Shaniel will be taking down her, and now it's a stalemate Romcom with Shaniel, but neither of them wants to go in without the skills again being activated, but still will go for a replay, but break that team fight down. Hades.
It was an AOG being, you know, used up there, but that spray was completely, you know, right on target, and yep, just changed the tempo of the team fight out there. And Satoru just went in with that assassination, core 1. Destroyer also gets taken down in the mid, and yep, Zewo also gets taken down by Shaniel. Shaniel is doing a pretty good job out there. He's already on that unstoppable with that Yuzhong, but I think he's the only one doing a lot of work for them. And we have seen yet again another Black Dragon by Shaniel, 1v3 out there.
always does not really care. He's going in for more. The crisp break combo there, but it's good for buying the time. Yes, the side of VR boards pick up the turtle, but they will lose their Black Dragon in that in that trade-off. But again, the side of Sacred Shine, they will be even content by pushing the tier 1 up top. And now again, mid lane, there's more brawl going in. And Sacred Shine, they're still being a bit careful about their engages, but with 3 members around in that vicinity, and Fanny taking up the turtle, but I think another fight might just break out anytime soon. You can see already they're preparing for it. 5 members out there, but no minions, meaning that they will be disengaging from that area.
Turtle fight was, I think it was a better trade for Sacred Shine because you just shut down Schnile, who was on an unstoppable, getting that extra bounty as well as the top turret. So yep, it is favoring Sacred Shine throughout this game, and let's see how we our bot are going to make this comeback, because yeah, they took the last turtle of the game, but still then they have a lot of work to do, a lot of things to do, because the turrets out there are untouched and they are having a lot of trouble inside their own map, like inside their own territory. And Sacred Shine, they're all over the map. They're putting a lot of pressure, trying to initiate a lot of team fights, and yep, let's see how we are bot going to answer this.
Yeah, I mean, one factor is that the side of Sacred Shine, they have that economy in their pockets, so that kind of makes it easy for them to punish anyone they want to look at or lock at. But again, Ruhan gets a bit of the damage onto his face, was on the receiving end, but still able to back out. But again, Romka wanted to go in. Fanny Vansaturo wants to find the assassination, really spamming that cables. Can he find the kill? No, it's low on HP, but able to find out. But Zevo will be getting herself taken down in the hands of Destroyer. Now Romka wants to find a trade, but again, Bane might be in trouble. Shanile will take him down, and but the RWM will be dropped down. This time, we are bought. They did not lose anyone, but they take down 3 members completely in flesh from the side of Team Sacred Shine, and giving them the window for actually just trying to take down some turrets around the map.
Yep, Vansaturu tried to engage, but the angle was a little bit off. So yep, the retaliation was there from VR bot. A perfect, Shanile is doing really great with that Yuzhong, just hitting that back line, getting those main damage dealer, the cores out of the map, and yep, that's how they are winning this team fight. But for now, okay, I think the Lord might get taken down, and it is Destroyer who gets the first Lord of the game. And yep, this team fight a little bit extended. AOG might be used. Yep.
Oh, a bit late though. Actually, it's kind of used for the defensive maneuver, but still, Sacred Shine, they lost a lot. They're trying to find some trade-off, but only 1 kill. I think that's what they have to be content with for now.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Indeed, but the mid lane turret gets taken down, the first tier turret. So Vansatoro is out there for that buff steal. He gets the buff. Okay, I thought he was going to do some 1v4s out there, but he decided to retreat. Nile with the Black Dragon out there already being used.
Oh, he's going in really deep this time. They're only finishing him down, but again, the RWM drop down takes out Artorio, but Romcom onto the back lane, doing God's work, flickers in, takes down red hair Shanks, and with this, they will be losing their mid laner as well as their EXP, but the law is still in their advantage. We are they're trying to push their lead more, but trying to push down the mid lane, but again, a fight breaking out there. And the side of Team Sacred Shine, they will be trying to punish more. Destroyer trying to look for that, combo, but cannot really sustain the damage. He will be falling, and that will force VR bots to back off from that, push that they were looking for onto the mid lane. But the tier 1 still stay intact. Lord will be cleared. Sacred Shine, they're still in good control. VR bot, they did not lose too much of the map space that they already have.
Yeah, but yeah, the main fear out here is as the time passes by, they have, Sacred Shine, they have out there in their lineup, which is a Brody, and after he gets his build, he is going to dish out a lot of damage in that later phase of the game. Whereas for we are bots, they have to play for that, team fight. They have to win the team fight, but if they extend the team fight, it's going to be really tough for them, because once that Brody and Kimmy, 2 MMs in the side of Sacred Shine, gets their power spike, and I think that Kimmy with that Sky Piercer is going to, give a lot of trouble to your bot. So, yep, they need to, answer it really fast. They need to win this game bit early if they want to, secure this game number 1, because as time passes by, it's just going to be a lot of trouble for them.
Indeed, and I think, like you mentioned, time is of the essence for both these teams. The longer they wait, the more advantage they'll be losing, and it's true for both the sides. Even if Sacred Shrine, they try to wait out for too long. Yes, they have the Brody, but the Brody can be easily picked off. Again, the Violet Requiem being used onto Words a bit, but he has the Purify to get back out. Romcom wanted to go for the peel, but the Black Dragon being baited out right before the Lord, and this might be a very good advantage on the side of the Sacred Shrine, isn't it?
Yep, indeed, because that CD on that Black Dragon is really, very high, and although they got that Purify baited out from bit, but I think Black Dragon is more of, useful.
Oh, a good combo from Arturio for the advantage, and Destroyer, not really Destroyer, his teammates will be falling, and now Destroyer is still there, but once Arturo will be bursting that Lord really quickly with the help of Steam. Sacred Shrine, they have that Lord advantage. Now look at Arturo, he's just teasing them at this point, like cabling in and out. He's just, waiting for that Lord to be back there, but I think with the game pressure he already has, he's doing enough for the team. But Romcom uses the Bravest Warrior to clear the wave, but I think he should be okay, isn't it?
Because that it's not, like he doesn't have that long CD on that ultimate, so he is going to be fine. Slaw already marching from the top side, and yep, I think first we are deciding to clear out those mid lane. But yeah, second turret already been taken down from the top side, and Sacred Shrine, they are looking for a point, they are looking for an angle to, push along with the Lord, but I don't think there is going to be any angle because we are trying to defend it really well.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to defend it really well, but they do not have the holy defense any longer, so they need to clear it out fast, and they should be able to do it pretty easily. But the second tiers are what the side of Team Sacred Shrine might be, eyeing for. The bot tier 2 will be falling. The mid tier 2 is still standing though. However, you can see Arturio again going for that engage. Will get that wall, but again, the spatial migration being used up just for a warning to the side of Team Sacred Shrine. But now they have the wave. Romcom wants to go in with the Bravest Warrior. Gets a knockup, but Arturio with the flanker makes a good combo, and now Sacred Shrine might want to collapse. Arturio can drop down, but it's enough. Destroyer fights Arturio, and now Sacred Shrine, they want to look for the punish. Yes, they take down 2 members. Zevo finds a good kill. The Black Dragon used defensively to go back and hold on to his dear life, but the inhibitor will be falling from the bot lane as well as the top lane. Now once Arturo wants to go in for the assassination, but does not really get that necessary damage to take down Red Hair Shank. And with this, 3 members still there for defense, but again the Bravest Warrior up for Romcom. He's going for the stun onto Shanail, but the mid lane is completely unattended, and Sacred Shrine, they will be able to just chunk it a little bit low, but they're still playing it disciplined, going back and waiting for the next Lord.
Yep, indeed, that team fight was, a pretty prolonged team fight, but yep, they created the trade. It was a 1-for-2 trade, and yeah, Sacred Shrine did the job, getting 2 inhibitor turrets out there, both top and bottom side, and getting 2 kills for them for just one. That is a fair trade for them. And yeah, for now they just need to defend because there's nothing much to do, because Sacred Shrine, they're all over that map. They have the full map control for them, and yeah, with the next lot, I don't think like we are even ready to contest, because the economy is still out there. A 5k gold lead, if I'm not wrong, a 5 or 6k gold lead for Sacred Shrine.
It's almost 5k, like going to be 6k soon, but again, once Arturo, like, man, chill out, chill out. I know you're playing good, but hey, you do not need to do that too much to just tease your opponent. But at the same time, I would say, they're doing good, because these are the mental games that you need to play with your opponents, because you need to keep them in check. You need to just, put them that under the illusion that you're going in while you're trying to waste those resources out. But at the same time, the Lord will be up. Sacred Shrine, they're trying to secure the area, they're trying to open up the vision around the Lord pit so that they can take the advantage. But Arturio does have a very good position. You can go with a flank with Romcom, that's what they're looking for. And right now, we are bot, they're going in with the conceal, they want to take down this Lord, but it might just get reset. But Mansell is a bit outside of the Lord pit. Can he find the retribution? It's still a 50-50, but no, Destroyer finds retribution, and now the retaliation comes in. Romcom takes down Red Hair Shank. The main damage rate is down, but still Shaniel doing God's work. So Demon Flex will take down Bid, and now it's gonna be Artori in trouble, able to flicker out, but still Romcom is in the front line with Zephyr picking up the damage, but they're now locking down the back line. Sacred Shine, they might be in too much of a trouble, and Sir Demon Flex will take down one more member. Zephyr falls to in the hands of Shania now. The only one standing will be Romcom, but he cannot sustain for too long. With this team, VR Bot will take down the remaining members and also get the Lord secured, so they have the ball in their court. Is this the green signal they're looking for?
Yep, indeed, because you know that concealed play from Sir Demon Flex, it was really good. It was really good because they knew that two of the members, mainly those frontliners, were not there for that Lord, and yep, they just went in for that full dive. They gave up, you know, they just zoned out Vansatoro. First, then they secured the Lord, and yep, after that they did not have any damage dealer because Shaniel always going to the back line, dealing a lot of damage, even securing the kills, and Bit just gets taken down very early, so they just lost the team fight. And for now, okay, mid lane, Turret also gets taken down, and the Lord is also marching from the top side, so it is going to be a defense for Sacred Shine, and let's see how can they pull up a good defense out here against VR Bot.
Yeah, the odds have been turned around. Now it's even for the side of team VR Bot. They're looking for an end. The RW will be dropped down, locking down with the Violent Requiem as well as the Winter Crown combo. It will be enough for them to take down the turret though, but they've lost one member, but Artori also will lose his life. At this point, the base is completely naked for the side of team Sacred Shine, but they're still trying to defend. The Lord will be cleared out. The minions are still watching in. Vansatoro trying to just peel off the HP. Chip it down, flicker from Red Hair Shank, but it's not going to be enough as Romcom goes in, but the Winter Crown will be on time. It will be enough for them to save his life, but still Sir Demon Flex will be falling. Romcom still picks up that kill onto his Red Hair Shank, and now it's just Shaniel left with the Destroyer onto the bot lane, but he needs to back off Team Sacred Shine. They need to clear out the waves as well, but Romcom is chasing Shaniel. He needs to wait for it, but he does have the Bravest Warrior up from his cooldown, will be going in, finds the Land Shaker, able to heal back up. The Cranny 1v1 against, this is a jungler versus jungler matchup, but still he will be running out of the mana or the energy because he does not have the purple buff. But again, Destroyer is going in, trying to win that 1v1, but the Rose Gold Shield will be saving Vansatoro. But again, Black Dragon as well as Ruhan turning the tide around. Zebo will be falling, and now Bit gets taken down. 2-double for Ruhan, and now Romcom is all by himself. Can he take down Shaniel? No, the knockup comes in at the right time, and now Romcom still trying to sustain it for more longer, but the Violent Requiem is still there for the chain CC. It will be enough for them to stop Romcom and even take him down. Once again, Sacred Shine, they're losing the lead that they had. Vansatoro is trying to clear out the wave, but he's completely zoned out. Without the purple, he's completely out of mana. He picks up the Winter Crown, but can he find enough time to get back out? He's not really getting the angle, but AOG dropped down, fruit zone him out. The Destroyer takes him down now. Team Sacred Shine, they only have one member defending, and the waves are uncleared. There's still time for the side of Team Sacred Shine to be back on, and I think Team VR Bot might just clear this game out. Artorio loses his mortality, but the base is of more essence as the VR Bot will end the game and score the first point in the series.
And that was a heck of a game, and a huge credit to, you know, Shaniel out there, who just single-handedly, you know, controlled the game in the last minute. He was just all alone, but he sustained enough to let his teammate come respawn and, you know, turn the tides. It was just a reverse Uno coming out from VR Bot, and yep. So I think it is the first loss for Sacred Shine, if I'm not wrong.
Indeed.
And yeah, come on, he needs to be the MVP out there, Shaniel. He was doing really good with that Yuzhong.
You know,
Backline was really unsafe, yep.
Yeah, not only he was marking the backline, but he sustained so much, right? And like you mentioned, he brought enough time for even Ruhan to be back on map, so they could actually not go for the defense. And I would say that 1v1 between both the junglers that we saw, that was also very intentional from the side of Team VR Bot, right? They were confident that they could defend this game. And talk about a turnaround though, like Sacred Shine, they were in the lead. Even Vansatoro, he was feeling that, you know, he will be winning this game, but sooner or later I think something flipped for the side of Team VR Bot, and they just completely clean or swept the side of Team Sacred Shrine in multiple team fights where they got that clear victory, and they took down those inhibitors quite easily, I would say. Sacred Shrine, they did not get the chance to defend it. So in a way, I think sometimes being in the lead does not really mean that you can actually win the game, isn't it?
Yep, indeed, because as you said, Brody, he is a really good marksman out there, but we did not see any like great plays coming out from Ziwu. He did not shine much in that fights, team fights and all. And here it is Vansatoro and Ziwu. So for the victory, I guess I have to give credit to Destroyer as well, because
True.
that lot, come on man, that was so insane. Because that last lot, it gave a really a really good chance for the side of Bot to come back. And therefore that it was the initiation coming out from this Sir Demon Flex, I guess, with that conceal play, which was perfectly timed, because all the players of Sacred Shrine was not there out there in the lot region, and they could not contest for the lot or even zone out anyone out there. So everyone did the job. Like Bot played it so cleanly, because although they had so much trouble in the early phases of the game, because come on, it's a Fanny, and early game it is going to be really tough if you are up against a Fanny. And it is Vansatoro, he did really good out there with the Fanny, but in the later phase of the game it was just Bot with their sync and coordination, and they emerged victorious in this first game. And it was a very long game. It was a 21-minute game, and it was really fun. So let's see the stats now.
Stats indeed, right? I think let's give props. Okay, like I know there were a lot of damage dealer from the side of Team Bots, but Shanail, like he was constantly tailing Bid throughout the game. You can see Bid dealt the maximum damage, the highest amount of damage, but regardless, Shanail was there to shut him down. Bid was on a Purify, so even every time the Black Dragon comes towards his face, the best he can do is use the Purify to reset the Shard residue, but still, there's a lot more than that. He can just deal the damage, because there were very less people that could actually peel from him. The Black Dragon cannot be marked while it is in the air. Both Romcom and Arturi, they were more focused on setting the team fight. They were more focused on in engaging or giving the peel for his team. But while again the backline was completely unattended, both Bid as well as Zevo, they had the damage, but they did not have the positioning to deal the damage, to be very exact. Romcom, yes, he gave the he took the highest damage. He was being the frontliner. He was even trying to do the 3v4s sometimes, even winning it out, taking down red hair Shanks, because that was the main damage dealer. But I think regardless of that, the side of Team Bots, they had enough damage to even punish the members of Team Sacred Shrine by themselves. I think that's what kind of set them apart for this game.
Indeed, because Shanail was doing his job as an EXP laner. But in terms of Sacred Shrine's lineup, it was both of their frontliners, they were going for that setup plays, and it leaves the backline wide open. So when that backline is wide open, it's just Yuzhong can just go in, dive in out there, deal some damage, even secure the kills to the core damage dealers. And he was even sustaining the team fights, making the team fight extended, waiting for his teammates to respawn, and that was the turning point of the game.
I completely agree with you. I feel there was a lot of advantage that they brought individually towards their team, especially like you mentioned for Sir Demon Flex. He was so on point. Like we were talking about how the side of Sacred Shrine might be facing a problem where if the Unbreakable as well as the AOG connects, but a lot of the times the AOG was there to just zone them out. And I think maybe the problem was also that the side of Sacred Shrine, they did not have their full lineup. It was Zebu actually playing instead of Fate, who is their traditional who's their normal goal laner for their lineup. So because of that, let me just give you a quick fact. Okay, Zebu is actually the manager. I think they did not have their main goal laner, so that's why she had to fill the lineup. And we have one more news, ladies and gentlemen. that Sacred Shine will not be playing the next game. So it is not Sir, but it's actually Team VR Bots getting the victory. It's gonna be a walkover, not a walkover, but a walkover win for them in the second match. So they're getting 2-0 victory against Sacred Shine. So they will be completely getting a clean sweep because of that. And now we'll take a look at the point tables. We'll see the shift now. You can see the changes here. The side of team VR Bot will be moving up, and Sacred Shrine will be dropping from the second position to the fourth. So this kind of again changed the entire dynamic of Group A, doesn't it?
Indeed, because I can see now Ricekill Outshine out there in the second place, who were like left behind because Sacred Shine, they were in the second place if I'm not wrong. But yep, this game is going to be a walkover, so Sacred Shine loses that position, comes to the fourth, and the Ricekill Outshine emerges on that second, because I think they won against VR Bot in the first game. So we have a small change in the standings, overall standings for today. So let's see how it goes with tomorrow's games. We have a lot to, we have a lot of work to do for tomorrow.
Yeah,
I think that's it for today.
It is. I mean, like you mentioned, the tables, there can be a lot of ups and downs. At least for the first position from the side of from in the Group A, I would say Team Larry, they still are, holding it on. The second position is still very close. It's going to be a neck-to-neck battle, right?
It is very close.
Like you mentioned, more games tomorrow means that we'll have more fun, more action-packed, sequence to what we are already going with. So we'll wait for that fun things to happen tomorrow. But as of today, as of now, we have to say our goodbyes here, Hades. And it was a very amazing day, I would say. This time though, India are 2-0 against Bangladesh. They lost both their games. So Bangladesh are really leading in that department though. But again, they need to come back up as well for India. I think these games will just get more intense as we move further into the days. But with this, we are coming to an end for all the matches for today. Any final message that you want to put out there? It is.
For me, there's nothing such as a final message, but yeah, I'll be rooting for tomorrow's game because it is going to be very interesting. And yep, my team is also going to play. Onyx Paradox is out there for tomorrow's match, so yep, I'll be rooting for that one as well. So till then,
okay,
we'll be signing off.
Yes, sir. Thank you for watching and good night.